Colleagues, I think since it's now 5 past, we can get started. Eric and Sam, can we get started? I think we have about half the people now joining.
Yeah, I think we can start, right?
Sorry?
I think we can start, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues and friends, for joining this meeting today. My name is Brian Masara from the South African Institute of Physics. I'm the executive officer of the South African Institute of Physics. So I would like to welcome you, especially our colleagues from the Department of Education and from the Department of Science and Technology and SASTA, who are joining us today in this event. So I'll give you a quick background of the SIP and the reason for the project. And thank you once more for being part of this meeting. We will record
Morning.
this. Good morning. All right. So first of all, the SIP was established in 1955 as the professional body for physics in South Africa. We are a non-profit organization and the Learned Society for Physics in South Africa, and also the adhering body to the International Union of Pure and Applied Physics. And our mission is to be the voice of physics in South Africa. And some of our goals include to promote the study and research in physics as the main aim of our institution. Right. So physics is a very important subject, or we can say physical science as it is taught, because it underpins all the other basic sciences. If you want to think about it, every science, engineering, and technology discipline that you can talk about has some elements of physics ingrained in it. Hence, we want to try and improve the state of physics in our country. As you have heard, the state of our science is not that good in mathematics, but for us to compete in the knowledge economy and the fourth industrial revolution, we need our physics to be well and to be healthy. And normally they say, if physics is not healthy in a country, it means that the whole science, engineering, and technology in that particular country is not healthy. And from this diagram, I think you can see the different disciplines in which physics contributes, in which physics works as a foundation. Hence, it's critical for us to have a sound physics education in our system. And even in our everyday life, if you look around yourself, all the things that we are using today are physics related. They say the physics of today is the technology of tomorrow. Even the internet that we are using today started off as a collaborating platform for physicists at CERN. So you can see here, when you look around yourself, the lights that you have, even your sunscreen that you use as makeup and so forth, there is some physics and nanotechnology that goes in there. And just to give another recent example is we are having constraints of the COVID pandemic, and ideally such meetings would have met face to face. But you see that physics has contributed a lot in trying to address the the COVID pandemic in South Africa. For example, I'll give two examples. Advising government on the pandemic movement to say how is it going to increase and go down, how are the waves going to come. It was physicists from CERN who were using their artificial intelligence models to advise government. Then recently you heard there was a new strand of coronavirus in South Africa. And there was a structure of that was found, but you might run to think that it was in medicine where they were doing the structure, but it was in physics. It was biophysics where doing the structural biology using physics imaging equipment to see the structure of that. So you see the importance of the physics discipline in our everyday life, but it's not highlighted. Then in terms of membership, we have about 4,500 members, and we also have learners. if there are learners that are interested, they can join the SIP for free, including teachers and educators. They can join. We have got 7 divisions, and one of the divisions is the physics education, which is responsible for the teacher development program. So our current strategic focus of the SIP is to address the education pipeline, because we see that as the biggest threat facing science and technology in South Africa, and physics is fundamental to that. Hence, we are running the teacher development program. I think Sam Ramaila will give you more details on that project. And we are also involved in a number of other projects like the Physics Olympiad. And we have got Case, who is the coordinator of the Physics Olympiad. And one thing that we have found is that Physics Olympiad is a good predictor of matric people's participation and performance, because we have seen that those learners who come up as top learners in our Physics Olympiad coincidentally come up also as top learners in the national matric. So we also do teacher outreach to schools and so forth to promote physics. So what is the problem that we are trying to address? Just like I said, is the problem is there's lack of competent physical science teachers in South Africa, which results in poor pass rates and then low numbers of learners taking up engineering, science, and technology careers. So our goal is to improve the competence of physical science teachers so that in turn they improve not just the marks, but also the interest and the joy of studying physics, so that we attract more learners to come and study physics, including girls as well, because we know there's a low number of girls participating in physics. So in terms of our implementation strategy, we first of all want to understand the areas where teachers are struggling with. So our colleagues from the Department of Education, we have approached you from time to time to say, which are the topics that you want us to address, which are the issues that you want us to address, and also looking at the matric diagnostics reports, which takes us to then develop the resources that are required to address the areas that would have been identified. Then the next is to run what we call the train the trainers workshops, like the workshop that we are going to have today. So the whole idea of today's workshop and tomorrow is to help our people understand better what are the issues that the teachers are facing, what are the issues that the Department of Education is facing in terms of physical science, to say when we go in there as facilitators, we know what needs to be addressed. Right? We know the content is there, but first of all, we need to understand what the problem that we are facing is. So we feel that once our facilitators understand that, then they can give a better service. We can also address the issues that we want, because most of our people that train the teachers are lecturers in universities. So part of this project is to try and increase the footprint and the number of trainers that we have got. So this workshop is going to work in maybe the following ways: make the existing facilitators understand better what is happening and the issues that the teachers in the field are facing, that the Department of Education is facing in terms of physical science. Then number 2, we want to do a succession planning. So we also have young people, which they call young faculty. We have just graduated, and young lecturers who haven't been in the field in terms of teaching in high school, right? But we need them to assist in the program. So through this, they are also going to understand better what is happening in the schools and what are the issues that need to be addressed. Then that's the whole reason for the trainers workshop that we are going to have. Then from here, these people are now going to interact with the teachers. We have got experienced people that have worked in teacher development, as well as those that have done education research, right? Those people are now going to mentor these people going forward, so that they already understand what the problem is, and then later on they get the skills in terms of teaching physics, but addressing the problems that are there. Then once they teach the teachers, then we have the multiplier effect, for the project. So the way we think of increasing impact is to establish partnerships with the Department of Science and Technology, which is now Science and Innovation, Department of Basic Education, Higher Education, and also the volunteers, the people that are here today who are volunteering their time to come and tell us what is happening in DBE, to come and tell us what is happening in the schools, to come and tell us the critical skills that a facilitator for physics needs to have. And those people that are going to go into the field and help the teachers. So you are the core soldiers, the foot soldiers who are going to help us implement this project. Then in terms of expanding, we need to have a hub and spoke program where we would cover the whole country with these representatives. So we need representatives from all the regions of the country. So in a nutshell, thank you very much, and that's the background to the workshop and the background to the SIP. We will continue to interact more during the workshop. Let this not be the end of our discussions, but maybe the beginning and the networking to work together to improve physical science education in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian, for the introduction and welcome. I think I will take this time and give it to Sam. Sam, can you take over and come with your presentation?
All right. Is it on the screen, Derek, Eric?
Yeah, we can see the presentation.
All right, thank you so much, colleagues, and yeah, it's really a great pleasure to be with you on this fine morning. You know, as Brian has already indicated, the implementation really of the SIP Teacher Development Project was a consequence of various initiatives that were actually undertaken by the South African Institute of Physics, you know, in response to the need to improve, you know, the overall quality of science education within, you know, the broader, you know, South African context. And I'm just happy that, you know, as a community, we have been able to make significant strides in terms of teacher development in this country. And, you know, there is anecdotal evidence that points to, you know, the efficacy of the teacher development project itself. We know that a lot of learners have actually benefited. Some of them, you know, subsequently went to universities, and as a matter of fact, some went on to actually complete their degrees in various critical fields, you know, of intellectual endeavor. Now, obviously today, I'm being tasked to actually come and speak about the philosophy of this project, because we feel that we need to actually have a clear understanding of you know, the philosophy that actually underpins the project itself. And when the project was conceptualized, it was actually felt that for it to be sustainable, there will actually be a need for you know, experienced trainers to train upcoming trainers. That's why it is actually underpinned by the trainers philosophy. And obviously, if you look at the nature of these philosophical statements, it clearly shows that this philosophy is actually predicated on the sharing of best practices, collaboration, and pedagogic innovation. So, and it's actually very important to ensure that some of our experienced facilitators are actually sharing their knowledge, expertise, and best practices with you know, the emerging and upcoming facilitators, so that you know, we can actually create a sustainable pool of facilitators with expertise who can actually sustain, you know, the project you know, going forward. Now, this is just a value proposition as far as SIP is concerned, and it's actually very important to understand that in order for us to accelerate, you know, socioeconomic development in this country, and to also to foster coherent, you know, coherent realization of sustainable development goals, there is a need for us to, you know, resharpen really our strategic focus as as an institute. And obviously one of our key focus areas will be, physics education and training, physics research and innovation, the nurturing and the development, of course, of a professional physicist of scientists, in terms of science in its broadest sense. And we are also grappling with issues of transformation, inclusivity, gender, and diversity. And as we know, we have women in physics as one of the key forum within the South African Institute of Physics, and that is actually playing a very significant role, most particularly when it comes to issues of transformation, inclusivity, gender, and diversity. And as we know, historically, women have traditionally been, underrepresented in physics in particular. So this is just a value proposition which also is at the core of our philosophy as well. And as Brian has already indicated, physics as a fundamental discipline has got a very broad footprint in a number of disciplines. But the key really is for us to be able to address, the articulation gap between school and higher education. I mean, obviously for us to actually make a significant impact in terms of meaningful enhancement of human capital development, we have to make sure that the articulation pathway from school to university is seamless to a very significant extent in terms of retention of learners, so that they can actually be channeled into various scientific fields, which will actually provide meaningful opportunities to make significant contributions to economic development in South Africa, and of course in a global sense. Now, if we have to reflect carefully on the philosophy, it boils down to the basics really. We always have to understand what we mean by a teaching philosophy. Obviously, when you talk about the teaching philosophy, this is actually teachers' beliefs about teaching and learning. And given the fact that we are actually trying to make an impact on the efficacy of teaching and learning, this has to be underpinned by beliefs which are fully understandable to all of us as reflective practitioners. But then over and above that, there's actually a need for us to be having what is referred to as a teaching philosophy statement. Now, the components of a teaching philosophy statement should include conceptualization of teaching, because as I've just indicated, teaching forms a critical component of what we are seeking to achieve. And then once again, it has to include the conceptualization of learning, and of course the implementation plan for the philosophy. At the moment, we are busy with the practical implementation of the project itself, but this can only be realized if the implementation plan for our philosophy is actually clear and sharpened to a significant extent. Now, it also provides an indication for the teachers and student roles in the learning process, because for us as implementers of the project, there is a need for us to clearly articulate the role that we have to play, as practitioners, and the role that the students are actually going to play as key beneficiaries of our implementation initiative. And of course, it should also include the teacher's commitment to quality teaching and learning practices. And obviously, for us to be able to deliver quality teaching, we are going to have to fundamentally rethink some of our professional practices that we indulge in as practitioners. And perhaps the key question is, what then is the purpose of the teaching philosophy statement? It actually acts as a catalyst to promote critical conversations about teaching and learning. And what we are essentially trying to do here is to actually improve, really, the overall quality of science education in its broadest sense within the broader South African concept through critical conversations. We are constantly having critical conversation in terms of how learner performance can actually be enhanced, more especially in gateway subjects, which will actually make a significant contribution to sustainable economic growth, at least in South Africa. And it also serves as a form of self-expression and a way to promote oneself as a practitioner, really. And it's actually a self-reflective tool that can indicate growth over time when revisited and rewritten. And this is, one of the basic tools that we can actually adopt to ensure that, the sharing of best practices and the sharing of skills and expertise is actually facilitated, in a seamless manner. Now, as far as philosophy is concerned, I would like us to, go through these four major, educational philosophies. We have perennialism, essentialism, progressivism, and reconstructionism as well. But if you look at perennialists, they believe that, the aim of education is to ensure that the students acquire understandings about the great ideas of Western civilization. But once again, if you look at essentialism, the essentialists in particular believe that there is a common core knowledge that needs to be transmitted to students in a systematic and disciplined way. Now, as far as progressivism, is concerned, they actually believe that, education should focus on the whole child rather than on the content or the teacher. But if you look at the reconstructionism, which is essentially predicated on critical theory, it actually places particular emphasis on addressing social questions and, in a quest to create a better society and a worldwide democracy. And that is essentially what we seek to achieve. Now, if you look at the nature and structure of all these, education philosophies, you can actually see the first two are somewhat conservative, whereas the last two are somewhat, progressive. And I think as a community, we have to basically lean more towards the last two. And we'll actually reflect on some of their key attributes in just a moment. In other words, to actually to reflect on the nature of all these four, educational philosophy, will actually, critically reflect on the comparison in terms of their attributes. And this is just, the comparison, and obviously this comparison is in terms of their philosophical orientations and theoretical orientations as well. But you can actually see that the first two are actually perceived as traditional, and we know that science education research has actually proven beyond any reasonable doubt that the efficacy of traditional, teaching approaches is actually very, very low indeed, and will actually come in and, where provide a further elaboration on the minimal efficacy that is associated with, the enactment really of traditional teaching approaches. But then if you look at the last two, in particular, they're progressive. And if you look at what they actually seek to, achieve, it's actually very commensurate with our broader vision as the South African Institute of Physics, and it's also consistent with our ideals really that underpin the implementation of the teacher development project itself. Now, if you look at the last two in particular, progressivism and reconstructionism, they are actually predicated on pragmatism as a fundamental paradigm. And as you know, pragmatism as a paradigm is actually geared more towards finding sustainable solutions to problems, and that's what we actually seek to achieve. But then, if you look at all these contemporary, teaching approaches, these are the teaching approaches that should actually underpin our philosophy to a very large extent, so that we can actually make a significant impact in terms of meaningful enhancement of human capital development. But now the key really, and as you can see, as far as curriculum is concerned, the three R's, the three R's of curriculum are actually running across, but the three R's we are referring to the rights, responsibilities, and respect, of course. But now the question would be, how can we, take advantage of all these contemporary, pedagogical approaches to make sure that they are fully integrated, to realize our fundamental goals. So in this particular regard, we can actually have a quick reflection on some of these, pedagogical strategies, which are regarded as contemporary, pedagogical strategies. One of them is what is referred to as inquiry-based learning. There is problem-based learning. There is self-directed learning and technology-enhanced learning. And given the digital revolution that we are facing at the moment, there's no way in which you can actually, avoid, technology enhanced learning, because that is actually one of the basic pedagogical strategy that can actually be adopted and employed to realize a digital transformation in its broadest sense. And peer instruction will reflect on some of these pedagogical strategies. And incidentally, some of our facilitators were actually making use of these pedagogical strategies quite intensively unknowingly. Now, if you look at the 5 E's of inquiry-based learning, there is a need for us to engage the learners. And there's a need for us to, provide meaningful, opportunities for exploration. We always have to provide plausible explanations through elaboration, and we always want to evaluate, every activity that we actually engage in. So these are some of the basic processes that we have sort of unconsciously or consciously been involved in. And over the years, I've actually been monitoring what some of our experienced facilitators were doing. You know, David in particular, David and Case in particular, they've always been making use of, multiple choice questions. And by the way, multiple choice questions are problems by their very nature. So this is actually, this was essentially the implementation of, problem-based learning. And it was actually very effective in the sense that, you are essentially creating a very dynamic, vibrant, and interactive learning environment, because we are saying that we are actually trying to empower, teachers here. So most of them, they are actually au fait as far as content is concerned, but then the delivery of the content through, innovative pedagogical strategies is actually very important. Now, if you look at these slides over here, you can actually see the level of engagement. David is not actually, a lone speaker. He's actually trying to involve where our educators as far as possible. And this is what was happening earlier when we were actually, that was of course before the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, when we were actually having face-to-face workshops at the Soweto Science Center, at the Soweto campus of the University of Johannesburg. And this is some of the type of expertise and experience that we are talking about, that our upcoming facilitators should actually draw from this pool of wisdom. And once again, if you look at what Case is doing over here, he's actually at the level, you look at the level of active engagement, which is what inquiry-based learning is actually requiring. Now, if you look at the photo on the right-hand side, you can actually see that Case and David were actually making sure that the teachers themselves are actually actively involved in some of these activities. So as you can see, it's not just talk and show. This is active involvement, active exploration, and we were always conducting the pre and the post-test to actually evaluate the effectiveness of the activities that we are subjecting our teachers to. So this is essentially what has always been happening, and you can actually see that the migration to contemporary, teaching approaches is not something new. It's something that we have either been doing knowingly or unconsciously, so to speak. And this has always been, the basic tenets, basically, that underpinned the philosophy of the project itself. Now, if you look at peer instruction, as you can see, peer instruction by its very nature, it actually promotes a democratic participation, really, in teaching and learning. So this is just the peer instruction teaching approach that was actually conceptualized by Mazur, and some of our facilitators have once again been using it to a significant extent. Now, all things considered, it implies that there is actually critical need for communities of practice and indeed, professional learning communities. Now, when you speak about the communities of practice, these are just groups of people who share a concern, and we are part of that group of people because we share a common concern, and we also want to learn how to do it better. We always want to see how best can we carry out the implementation of the teacher development program or project itself. And we are interacting quite regularly. And what we are doing today is an example of our, regular interaction. So there's a community. We are a community that is practice. We are also concerned about our professional practice, and we have a domain. And of course, our key knowledge domain is science in its broadest sense. So that is essentially the need for, or what actually justifies the need for, communities of practice, at least as far as our purposes are concerned. Now, if you look at the communities of practice by their very nature, it's about learning. It's about learning as belonging, learning as doing, learning as experience, learning as becoming. And that's precisely what we are actually seeking to achieve. So the need for us, to actually operate as a coherent and dynamic community of practice cannot actually be overemphasized. Now, once again, as far as professional learning communities are concerned, as practitioners, we are always concerned about how, or rather the extent to which learning can actually be measured, because we are always concerned about efficacy. That the same thing, if you develop a vaccine, you always have to subject it to an efficacy test. If the efficacy data is not good enough, then it cannot be Johnson & Johnson. And that's precisely what we are trying to achieve here. And as part of professional learning communities, of course, we always have to create opportunities to tap into each other's collective expertise and abilities as well, and to reflect on what needs to change. there's a need for us to rethink the curriculum, because the implementation of CAPS, even though it is actually an adopted, a formal blueprint at the moment, there are still, fundamental challenges associated with the implementation. And there is a need for us to really, fundamentally rethink the implementation of CAPS. And you must have heard the president yesterday looking at the impending, or rather the imminent, introduction of the coding and the robotics curriculum. So we are actually moving at lightning speed, and we cannot afford to actually be left behind. But then there is a need for us to be innovative in approach, so that we can actually take advantage of some of the affordances which are really associated with the evolving fortunes associated with the advent of the fourth industrial revolution. Now, if you look at professional learning communities, communities of practice, they are all predicated on a shared vision and goals. And this is actually very commensurate with what we are seeking to achieve, because there is a professional development as one of the basic tenets, there is assessment as part of the basic tenets, and there's material support. SAIPs play a very significant role in terms of the provision of materials. And you must have realized that towards the end of last year, we were actually trying to navigate, the COVID-19 pandemic through provision of materials. And that's what the SIP was able to do during the latter part of last year. And of course, our common concern is the curriculum, which is actually the curriculum, an assessment policy statement, which is under implementation as we speak. Right. Now, this is just the PLC cycle. I think we jumped this one. Yeah, I think, yeah, we jumped. So this is just, one of the key steps that can actually be followed to, establish both communities of practice and professional learning communities. But what is so important, Brian was speaking about the hub and spoke model. It fits very well in here, because that model is actually making it possible for us to, to operate as a cohesive unit, to ensure that all provinces, can actually work together to realize a common goal. But what is important is that there must be establishment. We always have to inquire, and we always have to evaluate some of these activities on an ongoing basis to make sure that whatever we are doing is actually having a sustainable impact on the quality of life, in South Africa. This is just the PLC cycle. As you can see, it is actually, we're predicated on the provision of collaborative opportunities, and it is also results oriented by its very nature. So this is just what I wanted to share with you, colleagues, in terms of the philosophy of this object, philosophy of this project, just to say, in terms of the significant strides and progress that have been made so far, is something that can actually be harnessed, and the critical expertise that has been developed over the years and the type of experience that we've accumulated is something that can actually be shared with upcoming and emerging facilitators, so that the project itself can actually remain sustainable to a very large extent. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Sam, to communicate and share with us the philosophy of education. And I think by this time I will be calling on the next speaker, who is Mr. Rubimbi from the Department of Education in the Vembe District, to come and share with us the understanding the metric examination process and the metric diagnosis report. Mr. Rubimbi, up to you now.
Hello, good morning, Eric.
Morning.
My presentation I've emailed to Brian. I'm not sure whether it can be reflected from that side. Brian?
No, it's fine. I will make sure that it's done this side. I think Brian is somewhere. Do we have? Okay.
I was saying, would you not rather project it from that side, or you want us to do it from this side?
Hello, Brian?
Yes, which is easier for you, because you have been assigned co-host, so you can also present from your machine.
I can present from this side.
Yes. If you
let me see.
go at the bottom where it says share screen.
Yes.
right? Then you click on your presentation. Just open the presentation first. Then you click where it says share screen. Then your presentation will come up.
Okay, let me just do it that quickly. Sorry for that.
Okay. Yes, it shows you have started sharing screen. So now you need to double click the presentation. Is it working? Or the other option is I can share from here, then you request control from that side. Okay, we are seeing your desktop.
He has to double click the presentation.
Yeah, you can double click the presentation.
Is it visible on that side?
Now we can see your screen, but then we're saying you double click the presentation so that we can see the presentation.
Okay, or maybe let me share from here to save time, then you can request control.
Yeah, do that, Brian. I think that will save time.
Mr. Luvimbi, I'll share from here, then you can request control from that side.
No, I think manage now is there.
Oh, is it not me? Okay.
I don't know. I was seeing something. Is it you?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay. You can share, Brian.
We lost him.
We lost him also.
Yes.
No, I think we lost him. Let me try to.
Okay.
No, it's back now.
Okay, let me share for him. Mr. Luvimbi, I'll share from here. Can you hear me, Mr. Luvimbi?
I think it's muted.
Okay.
We can't hear him. It's muted. Mr. Luvimbi, can you unmute?
Okay, let me stop sharing until we can establish connection. Yeah, he's still muted.
I'll just give him a call.
Okay. Yeah, he's unmuted now. Can I share the screen from here? Then you can request control, or we can run it from here. It's fine, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So let me share my screen. Okay, the screen is there.
Yeah, it's fine now.
Hello?
Thank you, Brian.
Okay.
Okay, you can take over, Mr. Win.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Good morning, colleagues. I am going to make a presentation in terms of the request of the meeting, where I will share the diagnostic report. I will share some practices, and I will also talk about how we are doing it. And then now, I want to go to the next slide now. It can't move, right? All right. The screen that you are seeing currently now, you can see people who are actually looking at the computer in different ways. The first picture here, it's showing these people looking at the computer from behind. And then you look at picture number 2 on the far right, you'll see this person is just next to the screen. I don't think that he can see properly what is there in the screen. And then the next picture down there on the bottom right, actually trying to look at the computer, but can't read what is in. And you can see the last person there is actually celebrating because he can see what it is needed. So this is an example of how we look at learners or teachers in the schools. There are different levels of understanding and different levels of conceptualizing concepts. So that is the picture that is actually sharing with you there. The next one that is actually coming, it's again the picture that will pressing here is becoming a problem now. Let me see how to get to the next slide. Yeah, the next one here is actually trying to say, we look at this picture that we have there. We've got 4 people there, and then you can see who is the most stupid person there. You look at one, there is somebody who is actually having a saw, and if he's cutting that branch, it means that he will fall. You look at number 2, number 3 is actually cutting the piece of the branch. And then you look at number 3, is actually seated comfortably there, but is not actually affected. You look at number 4, is cutting the branch there. So meaning that 1, 2, and 4 are actually not we could say they are the most stupid people, because they are cutting and they will fall because those practices are trying to ice break the presentation. The next one, that the presentation about how we are doing these analysis of results that lead to the practice of diagnostic. In the district, in Imf district, we have developed this part that I'm showing there, which is how we sample learners' scripts after they've written. And in this case here, it was preparatory exams for paper 1, which we did last year. So what we do, we sample learners in a school. We took about 10 learners in a school just to try and see how they are. And of the table there, we have put out numbers, and this one is self-generated. You simply punch a number, a mark that a learner obtained in a particular question. And once you have done that one, it is going to, once you punch a number, it is going to give you the marks, the average marks of a learner. And then after the average marks of a learner, it will then automatically plot a graph on the other side down here. And once it plots a graph, it will then indicate which questions do these learners struggling in terms of answering. And we do this for all subjects in the district. We do this for all subjects except languages, in fact. And then once we've done that one, our subject advisors, then they know that when we want which school are we going to intervene for what topic, because the topics will be based on what teachers, what learners shall have experienced. So given that, given this part, it will then translate into the next part here. We did this for physics, and we did this. Then move to the next part, which is what we are saying. Let's
We are having a poor connection, I think. We have lost Mr. Lovimbi. Let's wait for him to come back. Sorry, we had lost you. Are you back? Sorry, Mr. Lovimbi, we have lost you. Can you unmute your mic? You had your connection had dropped. Now you are back.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brian. I was actually trying to explain what we do in the district in terms of analyzing, of doing analysis or item analysis. Then I said we do this for all subjects in the district. And when we do all subjects in the district, we sample learners' scripts. And when we sample learner scripts, we normally take the top 3 in terms of performance of learners, and then we take 4 in the middle, and then we take 3 at the bottom. And then we vary this so that we have a better sample that we could check. And then, as I said, immediately when you punch numbers here for learners' performance for each question, it then gives you an overall total of what a learner obtained. And immediately at the bottom here, it will give you total of all the 10 learners that we will have entered the marks there. And then immediately when you entered any mark here, it automatically gives you the totals here without actually punching any other number. It is self-made, it is already automated. And then as we are doing that one, whatever comes over here, it translates into the type of questions or the questions numbers, because here we don't know question 2, what is it all about? But when you come down here, it tells you that question 2 is about defining acceleration. So that's how we do that one. And after this, it immediately gives you the graph to say that on average for these 10 learners, how much did they perform? And then that is where we have, hello, Brian? Hello, Brian?
We can still hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I for one can hear you.
All right. Yeah, all right, that's fine. We do this for both paper 1 and paper 2. And then, as I said, we used trial examination last year to do this. And then the same thing as I've said, we do this for all our subjects in the district. And this process, we are actually expanding it to the lower grades. So we'll be getting to grade that every time when we want to intervene, we should know exactly where we must do that. And immediately after that, I'm trying to move to the next slide, but it's
okay. Yeah,
looks
you
like
can tell
it's
me
very
to
slow.
move because I'm moving from here. It's fine.
Move to the next slide. Move to the next one.
Is it this one?
Yeah, this one, yes. So this one is now it summarizes the performance of learners in terms of each question in a particular school. So as a bus, and this bus will then tell us which topic the learners are most struggling. So you can see that in this case here, we have got where the average is 4%. And if it's 4%, this challenging topic will then come over here as a summary. Then we summarize the questions. So when we get to a school to support them, or when we want to support a teacher, we are now knowing that this is where the problem is. So we don't support teachers the same way across the district. It's like giving out medication. You just have to check the patient, diagnose the patient, and you prescribe the right medication. And that is what we are actually doing. Next one, Brian.
Yes, is it this one?
Yes. Now, coming to the diagnostic report, I will then start by giving out the general comments in terms of paper 1. We used the 2019 question paper to look at this and find that the 2020 was not yet out, but I'm not very sure as of now what is the position. But we look at the trend, they are more or less the same problems that we have. So learners, in terms of this diagnostic report, you'll see that they struggled, particularly with the Newton's laws of motion. And this section is actually coming from the grade 10 and the grade 11, but it escalates to grade 12. There are questions that are asked in grade 12, but it's actually in grade 10 and 11. The same applies to electric circuits. They are actually in the lower grades, and learners here, they answer very well in terms of that. And then the physical science question paper that is actually examined in grade 12. So and because of that, most of our teachers, they don't actually do revision, and this gives out learners a problem. And they struggle to answer those questions because they shall have forgotten that relates to phrases or definitions. They are actually in with the drawing of and labeling of the free body diagrams. The drawing of the free body diagrams, which is key for learners to be able to solve problems, particularly in the work energy questions. And then interpretation of graphs is also a challenge as well. We need learners the struggle to
Mr. Rubimbi, your network is connection is poor now. Mr. Rubimbi, we are losing you on the network connection. Colleagues, I think we have just lost Mr. Rubimbi due to network connection currently. I'll be trying to give him a call. And in the meantime, I think Mr. Mgijima, you can be preparing to come on board so that if you don't get Mr. Rubimbi, then you can take over. Mr. Rubimbi will be back in a minute.
I'm back.
Yeah, you can carry on.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the presentation to appear.
Okay.
All right, thanks. I was actually saying that similarly here, there is poor network here. Hello? Yeah,
Yes.
I was talking about learners cannot work correctly with the scientific formula, and also the other challenge that I've seen is that even if they are provided with the formula sheet, they are able to pick up the correct formula. And even if they pick up the correct formula, you might find that the substitution correct substance that it needs attention. The application of medical principles is a challenge as well, where learners are able or trying as well, particularly when you look at questions that needs continuous section, quadration, where they should be practiced writings event. Some of these things involve higher order problem solving should be given to learners because this is another problem where we have seen that they focus more on low order questions. And teachers should actually should include at least 2 or more questions in all topics in physics, classroom, and exercise each week. This will assist to actually deepen the understanding of physics for learners. It is also critical that learners understand the concept of constant, because in the case, once the variable constant, then it means that we're able to find out the relationship between the other concepts. Brian, let's move to the next. Next slide.
This one or the next one?
Just wait. Yeah, this one is correct. For some few questions that I would like to add, you see, I did not bring the question paper here, but I'll just talk to this that learners normally make. You see, candidates, they normally, in the definition of force or so, they normally omit the word resultant. And when they lose this word, instead of saying net force, the candidate will simply write a force. And this is where, and once you write a force, it means that you are not talking about the sum of those forces that are there. And a number of candidates as well, they phrase this Newton's second law incorrectly, and they phrase it differently, and that they lose marks. And most of them, they also label the free body diagram as I indicated. They omit errors, arrows, as they are putting the free diagram. And again, in the free body diagram, you find that the arrow is not actually attached to the object. So this is where we have a problem as well. And then some suggestions: teachers should adhere to the emphasis in the caps. Next one, Brian, is correct. Yes, the emphasis should be put on definitions as given in the caps and in the examination guidelines. So if learners are actually given chance to the definitions, because they normally learn to draw, to calculate, and they forgot definitions. And definitions are very, very important as well, because that is where they should score a lot of marks. And again, in terms of problems that involves multivariate equations, they should try to solve for the unknown in the equation. And that is where they will actually understand. The other thing is that teachers should emphasize that the net force acting on an object is the sum of all forces. And that it's what will make the object to move in parallel direction. And then learners as well, they should be systematically exposed to different questions in the trigonometric functions, because they need to apply the trigonometric functions. Next one. So this time now, I'll just talk about errors from now onwards. I won't be talking about the suggestions for improvement, because suggestions for improvement, it's when you actually try to respond to the errors and the misconceptions. In this case here, candidates, for vertical projectile motion, they regard the gravitational force in the definition of the free fall. They omit very key words there. And also candidates experience problems with the signs of velocity and acceleration. They normally mix these signs. So when you have chosen a direction to say upward, it's negative. It means that you must keep everything that goes up as negative. And in that case, you'll be able to solve problems. And the other thing is that candidates normally use that for the VPM, at the top, the maximum height, at the maximum height, the acceleration is 0. And that is where they mix it up. Whereas the object there simply tends to face the downward direction. Next one. Next, Brian.
Yes. It's there.
Yeah, thank you. With regard to momentum, this one here again, the learners usually omit the word external in the definition of isolated system. And this is the key word that is needed, because that is the key word that we use in physics. And as long as you omit that, it then does not talk to what we are actually looking for. We lose the physics in terms of that part. And the other thing is that in terms of calculating momentum, they normally use the formula, the sum of momentum, initial momentum, and the sum of final momentum. And that is where they lose again marks. They interchange, they use these equations interchangeably. And some cases, and as such, there are substitutions in terms of the impulse. It becomes a challenge and they lose marks. And what we could also indicate is that suggestions that I could emphasize here, perhaps we need to make sure that learners get the formula sheet and the data sheet. They use it throughout the year. Maybe my suggestion in this case is that perhaps they should use it immediately from day one, instead of them memorizing, because it is critical for them to use a data sheet or formula sheet. As you'll understand that the data sheet is packaged in terms of topics, in terms of questions. So that is another thing that one could indicate there. Next one. Thank you. In terms of work energy and power, this one is again a problem in terms of learners. They are struggling a lot in terms of answering questions based on this section here. And this is the thing that even our teachers were, as well as we could not define properly the conservative definition, conservative force, the definition of conservative force. Then we mix the word force instead of work, and that actually causes some problems. So many candidates as well, this part, they can't differentiate between conservative force and non-conservative force acting in the object. And as such, candidates will write a direction of work done on an object, which is a misconception since work done it's a scalar quantity. And then the suggestion that one could make is that if learners could be assisted to use the PhET simulations, I think in this case it will actually assist, because learners should be able to know that work done by force is always equal to the change in energy. And that is the work energy theorem. And then teachers as well should actually emphasize in terms of the frame of reference when calculating energy. We should know whether the position at which the potential energy is given, what is the position at which potential energy is given as zero value, because this is where we'll actually know how to make calculations correctly. Next one. The Doppler effect. This one here, learners, very few learners do not score marks. A lot of them, they do score marks there. But some number of candidates they struggle to interpret the graphs in terms of wavelength and frequency, period and frequency. And they also struggled to differentiate between frequency, period, and time. They normally put this as if it's the same thing, and whereas it's not. And again, in terms of candidates, they fail to use this equation when they want to calculate, and they confuse this equation where we need to calculate the frequency of the source. And in this case, once you understand these concepts well, you should be able to pick up the correct signs in terms of this stuff. And then one could also indicate that if learners in grade 12 can actually be I was muted. I've unmuted. I was actually saying that in terms of the questions related to the Doppler effect equation, we have to choose the correct direction. And once we choose the correct direction, it will be easy for us to be able to put up the signs correctly. There is a need for teachers to, the work that is done in grade 12 cannot be seen as in isolation from the work done in grade 10 and grade 11. Next one. I have 3 slides or more to finish. Electrostatics. This is where there are a lot of challenges as well. Electrostatics is actually in grade 11. Candidates repel, and they also omit force of gravity in their free body diagram. So when they draw the free body diagram, they omit the force of gravity, and they also confuse the Coulomb's law with the Newton's law of universal gravitation. They also swap or mix the formula for electrostatic with electric field with regard to the force, and hence they can't calculate correctly. And again, many candidates, they fail to realize that force acting on a sphere are in equilibrium, or on a closed vector diagram would actually assist them to calculate the tension of the string. And the other issue is that they also fail to substitute the correct values of charges when they are substituting the Coulomb's law. They cannot establish the correct signs in terms of whether the charge is positive or negative, and it affects their performance of electric force and electric fields, because these are the vector quantities. It is on us to understand which charge the small q and the big Q refer to in this formula. And we need to expose our learners in terms of the vector triangles so that we'll be able to determine the resultant forces, the electrostatic, gravitational, or tension acting on the body or and in the net electric fields. Next one. Thank you. In terms of electric circuits, again, this topic is coming from the lower grades, grade 10 and 11. Candidates here, they normally make some mistakes in terms of defining the EMF of a battery. And they also have a challenge of not having clear relationship, clear understanding between the potential difference, current and resistance in the circuit when they look at the EMF. And the influence of potential difference, external potential difference presence, it's also a challenge. It's still a problem for many candidates. Although this section is having basics in grade 9 for circuit which are series or in parallel, but the critical features of this series and parallel should be reinforced or should be practiced or revised. Otherwise, learners will have problems. And the use of FET simulation to demonstrate the relationship between voltage and the potential difference when we're dealing with series and series. The tricks which are in the to remember what they've learned in a year. But
Sorry, we are losing you, Mr. Luvimbi. You want me to move to the next slide?
Mr. Rubimbi, currently we can't hear you. We are losing you on the connection.
yeah, it's fine now.
Now you are fine.
We and
I think again we are losing you. Mr. Rubimbi, I think we can't hear you now. You look connected. You are speaking, but we are just cutting. Ya, betul-betul ya, Pak. Capek-capek. Okay, Mr. Rubimbi will be back in a minute again.
Hello, Eric. Brian.
Mr. Rubimbi, you are back, but we still have the...
Eric?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Maybe the question will be, how many slides do you still have?
But I can hear. All right. I'm just now.
Okay. Yeah, you can just.
It will be two slides.
Okay, you can finish. I think you are.
Two slides.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Finalize. Then, if there is other thing, then you will discuss on the other question and answer session, which will also be there. Mr. Rubimbi, you can carry on.
I think his connection dropped again.
Okay.
Yes. I'm just finishing to differentiate between. I think there's hello.
We can hear you now, because
Eric?
I'm suggesting. Yeah, I'm still with you. I was suggesting that if we.
Yeah, let's go to the next slide.
Okay, you can just finalize so that then we carry on.
Yeah, let's go to the next slide. Next slide.
It's the end. Did I go to the end? Which one did you want? Is it the photoelectric effect?
No. The slide before this one.
This one or the one before?
Yeah, I can just make some concluding remarks here. This one is fine. Colleagues, let me indicate that this slide is just talking about all of us to be in one mission of trying to assist learners in this county. Of that tree that this lady is watering, and that will actually give us positive results and improvement on learner performance. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Rubimbi. I think.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks. I think we will wait for you.
Thank you.
You have to wait for the other question and answer session so that at least you can discuss on that with the other guys.
Okay.
Okay. I think because we have the open discussion for the key messages later, then I will open this time to give it to Mr. Mugijima, also from the Department of Education from the Eastern Cape.
Good morning, colleagues. Speaking is Mr. Mgijima, who happens to be the internal moderator for Physical Sciences Paper 2. So my presentation will focus on the diagnosis of learner challenges in Paper 2 for the Matric Examination 2020. But before I proceed and show you my presentation, I will ask Mr. Machalaba to just give an overview of learner performance, which will be very short. Over to you, Mr. Machalaba.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Mr. Mashallah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, this is more or less an ambush. Let me quickly, am I able to, I wanted to present, I mean, to
You can share this.
upload,
You can upload.
A PowerPoint, yes.
You can upload. You are a co-host now.
Oops. It's taking time now. Is it going to be a problem if I just present them from this side? I mean, without showing them, right?
Sure, no problem. You can present them, email us, then we will share with the people.
Okay, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mkijima, because he's actually dealing with the actual processes and everything that has to do with the examinations insofar as paper 2 is concerned. Let me also apologize for another lady who was supposed to be dealing with paper 1. So what I'm going to be doing, as requested by him, is just to present a helicopter view for matric results, in particular physical sciences in our province. So we'll be dealing with the processes, challenges, and expectations. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, I need to state it up front that we must remember that the 2020 cohort lost more than 50 days, and hence innovative strategies had to be employed in order for them to be where they are today. So to cover in the lost teaching and learning days, examination timetable had to be shifted between November and December, as you will remember. That also entailed that the May-June mid-year exams had to be cancelled. You will remember that. And also the trial exam was not at all administered in the manner in which it was it is usually being administered. And all the other processes which Mr. Muvimbi from Zimbabwe has actually alluded to, your SPA moderation and the like, which entails the process that he has actually highlighted, were also, I don't want to lie, slightly compromised in the sense that they were never, ever done in the manner in which we usually do them, because we normally have, from school, cluster, district, and provincial moderation of all those marks. And as such, because of COVID, such exercise was not at all embarked on. On its own, it actually has got questions and what was the effects or ripple effects of that. However, on the part of administration, management, and the conduct of examination, I must say that on our side, it was fully adhered to, and all the regulations and requirements for its credibility were undertaken. Hence, there hasn't been any report of them being compromised in our province. In 2020, ladies and gentlemen, you'll remember that the class of 2020 is the 7th cohort of that has been sitting for the national senior examination based on CAPS. And there were also other policy changes that were there that had implications in this cohort. Amongst others is the issue on of the policy on progression, the discontinuation of the policy on multiple examination opportunities, the abolishment of the designated list of NCS grade 12 subjects in 2018. On its own, this had an effect of some sort in these results. And also one other thing that you'll remember is that there has been a significant emphasis on the formative school-based assessment over the past years. And what I've already alluded to, which made this not to be thoroughly embarked on, to me, not as a department now, it has got certain questions. Coming to our results quickly. In Eastern Cape, in 2009, we had 211,133 learners. Now in the 11th year, in 2020, we had 82,449 learners in grade 12. On its own, you can see that there was 61.2% cohort loss along this journey. And I want to believe that these gateway subjects, maths, physical science, and the like, has got something that they do as well in that. Out of these 82,444 learners that were in the schooling system, 79,670 registered for the NCS examination, and 72,926 ultimately set for 2020 final examination. You can see now already those differences and the net loss that has been there. And the pass percentage, as we have indicated, was 68.1, which was a drop in compared to 2019, which was 76.4. However, I want to highlight that in terms of bachelors, as a province, we have not dropped. We are still at 30%, which is just a little bit of a drop, 2.3% drop in 2019, where we had 20,419 bachelors compared to this year, which is 21,886. We've increased in terms of numbers, but dropped in terms of a little bit in terms of the percentage bachelors. Coming to the actual results of the physical sciences on this, sorry. As a province, I must say that I must say that we have got 12 districts, and those districts are divided into two clusters, Cluster A and Cluster B. Cluster A dropped from 76.2% to 65%, and Cluster B from 76% to 71%. Cluster B is mostly composed of these affluent districts, Nelson Mandela Bay, Buffalo City, Sarah Batman, and the like. And you can see even the performance there is normally better than Cluster A. Coming to the actual numbers of physical sciences, as in Eastern Cape, we have got 20. We had in this in this 72,000 learners that have written, we had 25,870 learners in the who set for 2020 examination. And we see physical sciences as one of the biggest enrollment subjects in our province. However, I must say that we were hard hit as physical sciences in 2020. We dropped from 70.2% to 55.6%, which was 14.6% drop. In terms of the actual percentages for our learners, from 0 to 29%, we had 44.3% of our learners being there, 30 to 39%, 23.4, 40 to 49%, 14%, 50 to 59%, 8.5, 60 to 69%, 5.1, 70 to 79%, 2.8, and 80 to 100%, 1.8. And in total, those learners that passed out of 25,000 learners, it's 14,393, which represent 55.6%. On its own, ladies and gentlemen, you can see that a greater number of our learners, 44.3%, which we are worried about, is that am I lost? Hello?
No, you're still here.
Hello?
You're still here.
Okay. Is the screen shared?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Coming to, okay, if you look into that, you can see that a huge number of learners are, if we still have to do a lot about those learners, 0 to 29%, because we believe that there must be no learner who is left behind. In terms of districts, fortunately, for physical sciences, there's only one district which was two districts that were less than 50%, which is Joe Gabi and Amatole West, and they were in the, more than 45% though. But there are also districts that we are worried about which have got high enrollment, OR Tambo Inland, OR Tambo Coastal, because the districts that are doing well have got less numbers for maths and physical sciences. For example, if you look into Sarah Patman, that 385 learners that have enrolled there, in OR Tambo, they are equal to only one school. For an example, if you look into St. John's, those are the total number of learners there, and all of them are doing pure maths and pure physical sciences. So we want to focus more on those districts, OR Tambo Inland, OR Tambo Coastal, your, excuse me, your Amatole East, which comprises of Butterworth, Idukwa, and the like, because it's also having a huge enrollment, and the Alfred Nzo West, which has got more than 3,000 learners, Buffalo City as well. Right. Can I quickly run because of time, because time is against us? As we can see, Cluster A, the difference there between 2019 and 2020 is almost 15.9% from the previous year, and Cluster B is 12.1%. We are saying that will inform, because there's also another analysis that we have done that I cannot be able to show here, of school by school, which on its own can then be able to inform our trainings in terms of saying which teachers, which schools should we be focusing on. And Mr. Mkijima, from his part, even though I'm not sure whether because of the examination directorate embargo on other analysis that can be flagged by us as a province, whether he would be able just to give us maybe the actual areas where most of our learners were not doing well. But on its own, I'm saying from this, we can then, from these stats, we can then be able to check which areas, which districts can we be able to focus on as a province in terms of our trainings. Thanks a lot, sir. Hello? I think I'm done. Over to you, Mr. Mkhijem.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that one.
Hello?
Thanks, Mr. Mashalaba. I think we'll wait for Mr. Mgijima to take over.
Okay, colleagues, I hope you can see my screen. Hello? Hello?
We are still with you.
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen.
Okay.
Not yet visible.
Oh. Okay. It says here. Yes. Nothing as yet.
Nothing.
Nothing currently has come.
Anyway, in the event that I can't say it, I've emailed this to Ms. Nanga to assist in the sharing. If it's my first time using this platform of Zoom, so I might have to request her to assist me in the sharing of the screen. Because it's happening.
I think Nanga has shared your screen.
Okay, that's good. Okay, colleagues, as I indicated, I'm Mr. Mkhijem, who's handling paper 2, the marking process. As Mr. the presenter from VB district indicated that the diagnostic reports, national ones, are not out yet. So this presentation will focus solely on the observations made at marking in the Eastern Cape. The presentation is shaped in the following manner. I will identify the challenge that was observed at marking and the possible causes. The possible causes will of course inform the action that has to be taken to rectify the errors and mistakes that learners are making. Can you proceed, madam? Yeah. The only highlight I can mention, people, in this year's marking of physical sciences paper 2 is that we registered the highest number of level 7s than in any other year. And this has contributed to increased number of bachelor passes by learners who are taking science and maths. This is in no way, colleagues, linked to the paper leak that happened last year. Take my word for that. Proceed, madam. The challenges that were observed, one of them was on skills required in science, namely graphical skills, mathematical skills, and hypothesis testing. Learners tended to struggle to calculate gradients. Let me also mention here that as much as some learners struggled to calculate the gradients, the situation is not that bad. It's only that in the question itself, the question was unnecessarily difficult because there were values which were put in there. I think this was question 3. This was question 5, sorry. There were values which were put on the time axis which were not supposed to be there. It tended to confuse learners, and this was raised with the panel. Also, drawing deductions from a graph proved a problem for our learners. Identifying variables, that would be a hypothesis testing. Identifying dependent and independent variables. The other error that learners, the challenge that learners had was using of the pH formula, conversion between exponential form and logarithmic form. And we believe that if they had been exposed to these kinds of questions in the classroom, in informal assessment, the problem could have been overcome. Can you proceed, ma'am? One of the speakers, earlier speakers in this meeting, indicated an issue about the traditional methods of teaching. I want to fully agree with him that those traditional methods cannot be adequate for teaching physical science. Schools should rather also look at the use of experiments as a teaching method. We also feel that the issue of the hypothesis testing is something that should have been done in the earlier grades. So the fact that learners cannot answer questions correctly in scientific investigation, it shows that the assessments that are done even in higher classes, most of them are done for compliance purposes. Teaching learners without accessing them, I mean, it has no value. So the issue of informal assessment, quality informal assessment, will improve the situation. Can we proceed, madam? One other challenge on content, geometric calculations. I will take an example here. Learners tend to treat calculations in asses and bases as a separate entity from other geometric calculations. The minute learners see a question on asses and bases, calculation question, they bring in that formula, CAVA, CB, or whatever is written there. Even if it does not apply, it's a sad situation, because if learners are well taught on how to do geometric calculations, because the same theory as it applies in every other section, even it applies in asses and bases. The possible cause for this is that most of the teachers must have been teaching standard grade. Remember, in standard grade, there would only be one question which actually requires that formula. So learners are not to think, just to use the basic formula C is N over V, and number of moles is mass over molar mass, and find moles, and then use the ratios. So it's an area that needs to be addressed with teachers. So teachers who were dealing with higher grade learners, those learners who are taught by those teachers, they tend to do well in this question. But there is an area that has to be addressed with respect to how teachers approach geometric calculations, especially in asses and bases. Let's proceed. The other challenge was on explanation. Remember that area in organic chemistry that talks to physical properties. How do the physical properties relate to intermolecular forces, your boiling points, melting points, vapor pressure? One area that, hello? Hello? Okay, can I proceed?
Yes.
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay. One area was that if during an investigation, learners have one of the things that they must be able to do is to pick, if two compounds are given or a set of compounds is given, is that they must identify what is the difference between them, what is the independent variable, and then the other area is that learners tend not to know which compounds contain which intermolecular forces. That's a problematic area, and which intermolecular forces are affected by a change in surface area. So that area needs to be addressed. Proceed. Also on explanations, the issue was with the collision theory. Learners know what the question wants, but the responses that they were giving were incomplete. For example, they will say more collisions per unit time, and they lose a mark because the word effective is not there. Or they say more effective collisions, and then they don't put in per unit time. So that leads to loss of marks. So it's not like learners know nothing about the collision theory. It was dealt with by teachers at school, but the responses are not talking to what is required. Also on Lee-Chatter's principle, here even learners from your former Model C schools they tend to write very long sentences in their explanations, and yet they needed to mention only 3 items. The change is opposed, the rule for the change for the change factor, and the response of the equilibrium reaction, whether the forward reaction or the reverse reaction is favored. So you get lots of pages written on a 4 3 marks question. So this is also an area that teachers need to be assisted on how to respond to questions on Likert-Lear's principle. Proceed. This is a major one. It has come to our attention as a province that there is a misconception in terms of comparing the strength of reducing agents, oxidizing, in other words, the use or interpretation of the table of standard reduction potentials. I've written the teacher misconceptions because, I mean, as a person who's moderating papers, you can see that teachers would award marks for something which is scientifically incorrect, meaning that some of the teachers do have misconceptions themselves. So this rubs off to our learners. So this is another area that has to be addressed. Let's proceed. Then on the content, again, organic chemistry, omission of bonds on hydrogens, use of the term bond when referring to intermolecular forces. Learners are the marks, they lose marks when they do that. Incorrect IUPAC naming, inability to work backwards when given a reaction. What the possible causes for this are mentioned here, because we want to believe that teachers are not vigilant enough when teaching this topic. Our belief is that as a teacher in their preparation, they should know the misconceptions or errors that might arise even before the lesson, so that they know how to tackle those misconceptions. Because, for example, on the omission of hydrogens and hydrogens, of emissions of bonds and hydrogens when drawing organic structures, if learners are taught in terms of them to start with the functional group, draw the carbon skeleton with 4 bonds around every carbon atom, and then put hydrogens later. The last thing that you have to put in is the hydrogens. And then you need to check, as a teacher, they need to check informal assessment that learners are actually doing it as they've advised them. Because if learners do everything all at once when drawing these structures, the tendency is that they will omit something, either a bond or a hydrogen. So there is lack of vigilance when the teachers are taking this topic. We also want to believe that the examiners' reports are not read by teachers, because there was disagreements initially on IUPAC naming. One is coming from this particular school. They've been taught this way how to name, and then fortunately in the exam guidelines is clearly stated on the way we should name organic compounds, what has preference over what. Even learners from good schools, they lost a question, they lost marks in this question in terms of which one has got more preference when you look at your halogen and your methyl groups. So it shows that the teachers are not reading the exam guidelines when preparing for their lessons. Also, the lack of exposure to informal assessment. In fact, if there is exposure to quality informal assessment, it will address these problems. And the word bond is there in the examiner's report that when learners, if they use the word bond interchangeable with IMF, they will lose the mark. If teachers had read the examiner's report, this problem wouldn't be there. Okay, let's proceed. Can somebody proceed with the presentation sharing? Okay. Yeah, we've spoken about Likert-Lear's principle already, incorrect or incomplete or very long explanations, and also the issue of hydrolysis. Hydrolysis, most learners could not write the required reaction. The only conclusion we could draw from there is that it is not taught properly by some centers. Hence, learners they could not come up with the correct equation. So it's an area that also has to be dealt with. Let's proceed. Yeah. Also issues of carelessness. as I said, omission of bonds, hydrogens, use of the word bond in IMF interchangeably. Learners are given formulas, but unfortunately for some schools, there are still some centers where learners use unconventional formula, like the one I've written there, E cell is E cat minus E and loss of a mark. pH is negative log, they write the acid in place of the hydronium ion, loss of marks. We want to believe that some of these practices are copied from teachers. What teachers do in the classroom, learners they tend to copy that and imitate it. It shows in the examination, because this thing, for so many diagnostic reports, it has come that we should refrain from doing this. So, but still, some centers are doing this. Maybe the subject advisory, if their meetings highlight what is there in the examiner's reports and the diagnostic reports, will help solve this problem. Also, incorrect case expression. I mean, it's quite an easy expression to write, but for some reason, some centers it was incorrect or totally omitted. Writing 2 arrows in half reactions, we tend to advise learners that they will never be punished for writing 1 arrow, even if the question is it's a reversible reaction. They must just write 1 arrow because they won't be punished for that. But if they write 2 arrows in half reactions, they are punished for that. So it should be a general rule for learners that you are not allowed to write 2 arrows, just write 1 arrow. We also had situations where learners were required to write out equations. They leave out the arrow. There is a rule then that if they leave out the arrow, there'll be no marks. So it's one of the carelessnesses that were observed during the marking process. Let us proceed. Colleagues, I will not talk to this. I will not talk to this because these are general challenges experienced by learners in the province in terms of COVID impact on teaching and learning. COVID impact on teaching and learning. I don't think it should really be part of this meeting. In conclusion, colleagues, we believe as the province that we need to do a lot of teacher capacitation. Workshops. We hope that the Institute of Physics will assist in this regard. But we have a challenge. There is a moratorium in the province that we are not allowed to take teachers out for workshops during the week. We understand the rationale behind that, but the problem is we don't have a way of taking out teachers out on weekends, because we are not aware of an agreement between the department and the teacher unions in terms of taking teachers on weekends. And then they come holiday times. Holiday times, everyone is busy. Teachers are busy either with the training institutes or they are busy with what you call interventions in grade 12 and what have you. So it becomes a problem. So if we can, perhaps, Mr. Masalaba, have a way of saying in a term, a day or two is meant for teacher capacitation. That will do a lot of good, because we do diagnose the problems, but we don't have time to fix them. By those words, colleagues, I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ngijima. And I think you have to still be available for the question and answer session and discussion, which is coming further. And for the time being, I will be calling on the WIMPISA group to come and talk about attracting girls into physics. Slavia, you can take over.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you hear me?
Morning.
Oh, how are you?
Well, okay, how are you?
Thank you very much. Okay, I think I need to share my screen and I'll proceed.
Yeah, you can share. You are a co-host.
Okay, is anything coming up on your side, Eric?
Yeah, the screen is there. It's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone for making time to attend the session. My name is Raisibe Ledwaba, and I am presenting on behalf of the Forum for Women in Physics in South Africa. And I'm also presenting on behalf of my fellow colleagues and sisters, Dr. Mudiba and Ms. Mtinsilana. Just to give a brief background of women in physics in South Africa, I'm sure most of us know about it by now, but I thought I should just mention that WIPISA is a sub-body of South African Institute of Physics, which was formed in 2005 under the Department of Science and Innovation, which was then the Department of Science and Technology. And its main aim was to have an organization that can help South African physics community to address the underrepresentation of women in physics in our country. And to date, there has been a very notable improvement in terms of the number of women that we have in physics, but it is still not enough. So the core aims of WIPISA are actually driving towards the same goal of stimulating young girls to have interest in physics and to encourage the girls and women to study physics even further. And this will in turn help them to consider careers in physics, in the physics stream. And another one is to help assist women with obstacles or challenges that they experience, either can be subject related or can be social factors that most women are affected with. We really try our best to try and see how we can assist one way or the other. And its core objectives are to support women in, to help them embark on careers in physics and promote women in physics into leadership roles. And also this will help in breaking the stereotypes that discourage women from studying physics or furthering their studies towards a physics-related career. Furthermore, we have an objective to support women to be able to balance their family lives and careers, and also try and promote the flexibility of the type of jobs that women in physics pursue. We also would like to see an improvement in funding criteria. This we've seen with financial bodies like the NRF, where they ask you whether you are a woman, are you working full-time and all that. And I think we're moving positively towards that direction. And also to assist institutions and schools to create a workable environment for women and girls, and also challenge the gender discrimination in selection processes in the workplace. This is a continuous struggle, but we hope that with time we will win the fight. Now, it's not even a year. I think in the last 6 months, we've been working on a module for attracting girls into physics. And we presented this at both the Eastern Cape and the Vemba teacher development workshops. And the sole purpose of the module is to help bridge the gap between what actually happens on the day-to-day running of secondary schools, and how we as WIPISA can be able to assist or better engage with schools, with teachers, and in turn with learners on different levels. And also we want to use this as a platform to share information about the available support and career development efforts that we have access to as WIPISA and as SIPE as a whole, and be able to engage further with schools in terms of career guidance and mentorship program for girls that would like to start with this year. So this is actually a means to create a good relationship with schools and with our teachers, so that we know the kind of support that we need to help with and be able to grow together, have a good working relationship. And also we want to be able to in turn influence the teaching strategies that consider gender biases, make sure that during the lessons or during the day-to-day teaching physics, doing experiments and all that, we make sure that there's a lot of inclusivity and we make sure that everybody is accommodated. We need to find out how young girls are generally engaging, so that we know when and where to step in as WIPISA. Now, we would like to really use this as an informal platform for our teachers, as well as our facilitators, like all the people who are involved. Would like this to be a platform where integration takes place, to be able to elevate interaction between us as facilitators or us as colleagues at higher institutions or in industries, so that we can have a good relationship with our teachers and be able to reach out to the learners through our teachers. And also we want to grant our teachers a platform to share their experiences and observations of certain behavioral patterns of young girls towards the persuasion of physics-related careers. And so that through that, we'll be able to devise means to know how, when and how to reach out to the girls and be able to know how we can assist them in the process. Over here, we have a brief outline of the module, which is divided into 4 units. So I just put it here just so you have an idea of what the module entails. First of all, the first unit is what we refer to as an icebreaker, where we just introduce overall framework of the module experienced by girls and women in physics. The society relates generally to physics and how they utilize it on their day-to-day running. And be able to emphasize the importance of girls studying physics. The second one is on training and
Sylvia, we are losing you sometime.
Teachers, we would like to our teachers on how to get them to be more interested in physics. And the third, would like to also know about training to career guidance, and able to time and again share, find out the new emerging physics careers, the interesting career paths that our learners can take. And also we would like to know about the career guidance facilities that our schools have, or the type of surrounding dependent facilities that you like to get from SIPE as a whole. And in doing that, we'd like to see if we can attract girls into physics, and also get them to interact with their role models and take the cultural and social barriers that they might have, and make sure that they engage in hands-on projects that we are running as WIPISA and also as SIPE as a whole. And some of the key things that we would like to discuss, to have ongoing discussions on, is to be able to identify ways in which one can attract girls into physics-related careers, considering all the differences in our cultures and our societies. This will, of course, be very different, for example, for teachers who are based in Venda, those who are based in Eastern Cape, those who are based in GP. They have different challenges and they have different strategies that they can introduce to assist the learners to be able to get them involved. And also the type of programs that girls in physics are exposed to, and the type of programs that you would like to have introduced to these young girls and to the young women in our schools. And very importantly, the individual challenges that are experienced at schools, such as maybe teenage pregnancy in a certain environment, or some other social factors that actually influence the dropout or influence the students to consider very different careers from what we offer in physics, and also discuss what career services we have at our schools and how we can help advance them in each instance. So in summary, we would like to recommend that our teachers can be able to identify factors that govern decisions of their female physics learners, without said learning, of course, the influence of cultural and societal differences in their choices of choosing physics as a career. And another important aspect to consider is the ability for each and every teacher to be able to have a positive impact to develop strong beliefs to these young girls about their capabilities to pursue careers in physics. So with the few points that I mentioned, would really appreciate having feedback from our teachers and from other facilitators on how we can bring this to life and make sure that there's an ongoing network between the different ladders of physics-related careers. So would like to just thank the Department of Science and Innovation, Department of Basic Education, and SIPE for awarding us this opportunity to be part of the teacher development programs. And over here are the current executive committee members and our email addresses. And with that, I would like to just thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And you need to stay over so that at least we have the coming discussion, which is going to happen now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think we need to move on now. to go to the next slot or on the timetable where we are saying it's open discussion, question and answer, and key messages from the three presenters. Not only three, but then we have Mr. Mashalama, Mr. Mgijima, Mr. Ruvimbi, and to start that, maybe what I have to do is to ask if there are questions to any of the presenter.
Sorry.
And
my question is to the person from the Vimbi district. Now, he was talking about sampling of scripts. Is that done only for internal classes, or was he also referring to the grade 12 final examination? That's the question.
Okay. Any other question? Case, your hand is up.
I'd like to ask the PC people, have they considered a physics Olympiad for girls?
Okay. Any other question? Pat, your hand is up.
Hi, Eric.
Hi, Pat.
I have a series of questions, in total 8.
Okay.
Maybe I would request I will state them, all of them 8 at the same time. Maybe the representations from DBE could also write them down. The first 4, it is for both representations from the Department of Basic Education. Number 1, during the planning meeting, I requested, demographic studies per province or per district, so that we would know what we are dealing with, in trying to assist the district. That is question number 1. Question number 2, which is also related to number 1, diagnostic report per school, so that we can get to the details why a specific school is not performing. Maybe some of these problems are related to the teacher instead of the learners. That is number 2. Number 3, it is also a request. Maybe this is what they can take to the National Department of Education. And that is performance of learners for paper 1 vis-a-vis paper 2. And number 4, the last one for all representations, it is the issue of technical science. Why I am raising this, pure mathematics, it's supported by mathematics literacy, and there is a whole of political issues, agendas about the issue of maths literacy. But the fact of the matter, there is a need. We cannot all be good in pure mathematics. So who's responsible for technical science? And what is happening, I've heard that there are discussions to beef up the syllabus for technical science. Why I'm raising this? There are other fields. Remember, when you teach learners at high school, you are not only teaching them to come to university. Some will end at TVET colleges, and they may not need a high grade physics or high grade chemistry. So also, if they can say something about the issue of technical sciences. And now The next four are related to, I think Mkijimi from, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correct, from Eastern Cape province. Number one was the use of, the problem related to unused values. I think it was under titrations, I assume, because I've not seen the paper yet, but I think it was maybe question 6, whereby learners are given more data than necessary. And I heard him saying that they've raised this issue with the examiners. And in that respect, I tend to defend the examiners because, science like chemistry, it is also a commutative skill. It is not mathematics. So we should train these kids from basics, how to read questions, which data is necessary. For example, if I can just give you, forgive me those who are not, chemists. For example, if let's say you ask learners to calculate the pH of 500 cubic centimeters of 0.1 mole per cubic decimeter of HCl solution, kids should understand that the pH is related to concentration. So how much volume it's given, it's not the same. If the concentration is 0.1, it will be 0.1 in half a liter, in 20 liters, in 20 kiloliters. So we need to disconnect little bit, science from chemistry, because learners, they rush into the what is appendix, where they are given learner guides, not learner guides, where they are given equations to solve problems. So, and that creates a problem. And when they get to universities, for example, they end up, failing or dropping out because they believe that a question should have the data in the question, all the data must be used. Whereas some of the data, it is to make sure if you understand the concept. Quickly, let me move to number 2. There was also an issue about an equation used for dilution, CAVA over CBVB equals NA over NB. And that also supports my previous issue, where I am saying chemistry, it's not necessarily mathematics. Yes, you perform mathematical calculations, but you still need to think, you still need to analyze the data so that you can drive or teach the learners to draw a map from the problem to the solution. And as I've been teaching this subject for what I would say a reasonable time of period, I think maybe the use of equations is what, at the end of the day, create a simple way for these learners to solve a problem. And they think, science or chemistry, it is purely mathematics. And also connected to that, why they use CAVA, CBVB, because you teach them that when you are given concentrations, you are likely to use this equation, which should not be the case. And one thing more connected to that, and this is what we have been, emphasizing. I know Paul Mulife also support me here. It is the use of units. The use of units. And if they can use units and they choose an incorrect equation, when they cancel out the units, they'll be able to see that, you know, the equation does not make sense, does not give them what they want to get. Moving on to page 11, there was an issue with pH equals negative log HCl. I don't have an issue with that. That is totally wrong. But I have an issue with an equation in the question paper, which says pH equals negative log of H3O plus. Now that creates a problem. For example, somebody who doesn't teach hydrolysis, and you give them a question where they have to calculate the pH of HCl. Now, I mean, where do they get now H3O plus? H3O plus, it is due to the hydrolysis of H plus. So now, if the department have seen that learners lack with hydrolysis, they will also not be able to understand, you know, pH equals negative log of H3O plus. What we prefer at university, it is pH equals negative log of H plus. And I don't know, we don't use negative log H3O plus because now you need to explain where does the H3O plus come from HCl. And the last question, Imf Intermolecular Forces, the terms that we put into the syllabus, they end up, you know, confusing the learners. For example, in all their textbooks, some textbooks, they speak about induced dipole, whatever. And this has to do if you are mixing liquids, you know, different liquids. You are mixing ethanol and water, or you are mixing something which is not polar to something that is polar, or but have relatively similar kind of strength. And that is the reason why the two substances can end up mixing. And I don't know why we should, you know, make this difficult with terms that, you know, need a thorough explanation. And what we teach is actually not what is coming out from the examination, because when you test, when you assess physical properties, you are comparing pure substances. And these induced are not there. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Pat.
I'm done. All right.
Okay. I think I will start with the only one question from case to Wimpisa. Dr. Lidwaba.
Sorry, do you want me to answer?
No, I want her to answer now. The Wimpisa people to answer. Then I will give the,
okay.
Yeah, so that at least then we can.
Okay, I'm listening.
Yeah. Raisibe, we are waiting for you.
Hello.
Hello. I think.
Are we having any?
The question is, have you ever think about the?
Dr. Maluta?
Yeah, I'm with you. The question is about the girls' Olympics.
Oh.
Physics Olympiad.
Okay. Is it about making sure that the girls are involved in the annual physics Olympiads?
Yeah, whether you have already think about the girls only Olympiad or not.
No, what I am thinking of is an Olympiad only for girls. A girls' physics Olympiad. Not joining in the SAFA, but just a separate Olympiad for girls.
For girls.
Oh, no. We haven't done something like that yet, but it sounds like a brilliant idea that we can look into and see how to get it off the ground.
Well,
Okay,
I shouldn't be too difficult. If you people can agree to it, then the Physics Institute of Physics will look after it. I mean, I'll set the questions and everything else, do the marking and everything else. It's just a matter of whether WIPISA agrees with the idea or not.
I think it's a
Okay.
great idea. I mean, considering that we're getting so much assistance from SIPE as a whole, then I think it should be possible with the current context and just being able to spread it out to the entire physics community. I think this will be one way of getting the girls active.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, well,
Case, I think let's take this discussion also further after the workshop, maybe sometime next week, with the WIPISA and see whether you can help them.
that's fine. That's excellent. That's fine. That's perfect.
I'll chat with Brian so that he can organize a meeting, you and WIPISA, so that at least we can discuss this issue and see the way forward.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Okay. I think I will
thank you.
Thanks. I will take this chance now to the other speaker from the Department of Education, Mr. Mashalava, Mr. Rubimbi, and Mr. Mgijima, to discuss the questions. The first question, maybe Mr. Rubimbi can answer, is the sampling of the question paper. And then we have the discussion which has been brought by Pat.
I'm not sure if I can start.
Now you can start. It's fine, Mr. Mgijima.
Okay. I think the speaker in one area was misunderstood. What I was talking about in terms of our discussions with the panel was a question on question 5, where learners were given a volume versus a time graph, or something on rate. In the graph, learners were expected to compare certain sections of the graph, and in terms of what is happening to the rate of reacting. What I was saying is that the time values that were given there were more than enough. That made the question unnecessarily difficult, because in some sections of the graph, learners tended to compare sections of the graph in terms of the rate there is higher than there, and yet the answer that the examiner wanted was not that. But learners tended to lose marks there. And also in the calculation of gradient, since there were many values, learners were not sure to use the initial and final ones and so forth and so forth. So that was the issue. And then on the issue of the formula CAVA and over CP over whatever, what I was saying there are general bad practices on the part of teachers in the teachings of some of the concepts in chemistry. For example, if you give learners a question on the Casey calculation, the first thing learners think of is the table. And yet Casey is not about the table. The table is only a tool to assist you to solve a problem on Casey calculation. So we need to have a way of showing learners the steps on that they must follow. The table should be at the end of those steps, because a simple question that does not even need the table, you see a table. So it's coming from the way teachers teach these topics. The same applies with the formula CAVA over CPVB. To me, we don't even need that equation, because if learners follow the same trend in terms of approaching questions on stoichiometric calculations, they don't need that. They don't need that. To them, it's an equation that applies to assistant bases. Whatever question is given, apply that equation. That is not the case. They don't think. So we should teach our learners to analyze. I agree with the speaker on that part. We should teach the learners to analyze the problem and see what to do with it, rather than just plugging in formulas and plugging in numbers. That was the issue. He also spoke about pH formula hydrolysis of HCl. I think his tongue slipped there. Maybe he was referring to ionization of HCl. Personally, I do not have a problem with the formula pH is negative log of hydronium ions, because it's something that you can explain with learners when you are dealing with ionization. I think that's all from my part. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mgijima. Mr. Mashalaba, do you have something to add on?
Thanks, Prof. Mine, one on the issue of demographics per province, I think I've touched a little bit in my presentation when I was actually talking about the performance of clusters and districts. And I must be honest, I was a little bit skeptical of actually zooming straight to schools, but it would have been suffice to actually say how many schools have performed below the provincial average and below the national average insofar as physical science is concerned, which because of time, I didn't go to it. But however, such information is available. Again, I must say that we quite appreciate the fact that, the issue of demographics comes into play here, because for an example, if you look into one of our districts that have dropped a lot, which is Joe Gabi in terms of physical sciences, the demographics there are a challenge on its own. For an example, when it comes to connectivity, they are struggling a lot, which on its own means that whatever form of ICT-based intervention would surely be a challenge. And indeed, it has been a challenge because, for example, in our case, we've got a tablet solution that we're actually having, but with data. And most kids and most teachers were claiming that most of their learners could not be able to access connectivity. Again, the issue of diagnostic report per school, that can be available, but however, currently, the issue of about the diagnostic report at this stage, when there are still some contestations that are actually being done by some schools, becomes problematic for them to be actually flagged in the national spectra. So in one way or another, what I'm trying to say, that information might be available at a later stage, which and we can be able to share, because fortunately, I'm heading now Teacher Development Institute as well. So in a way, it's the data that I think it will be very crucial and beneficial for us, which to inform our planning. So in a way, you will have such. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Mr. Mashallah. Mr. Ruvimbi, are you still with us? I think I'm not finding him here, but I think there's a hand from Grace. Can I give you a chance? I will also call in Mr. Ruvimbi. Grace, you can take the podium.
Okay. Thank you so much, Prof. I've been listening to the deliberation, and I've picked up that the support is only on physical science.
I think you are, sorry, Grace, you are far from your mic. Can you? Okay. Yeah. I was listening to the deliberations since the beginning of the session. All the deliberations are on physical science and interventions on physical science. As long as it's a subject of my central district in Gauteng, I should request to be part of this intervention. Because if we look at the performance of services nationally, we were never at 80%. We ran in between 70 and 71. This year we dropped from 72 to 71%. So it's not a question from me, but a request, if that is possible. Thank you so much. Thanks for that. I think like tomorrow we are having a session where chemistry also will be unpacked. And I think when you join, you'll get more ideas on that. But then I've taken your request, we'll take it further. I think Sam is also with me here. We'll look at that.
Sorry, we didn't hear a request. There was too much background noise.
Okay. I'll just give her the chance again to talk. Grace, can you just say the request you were asking about the paper too?
I was requesting for life sciences to be part of the intervention program. Yes,
or life sciences, yeah.
Life sciences. Thank you.
No, that's fine. Mr. Mashalawa, she's also requesting the life sciences to be part of this, so that at least we can see what's happening. That's why I was saying Sam is also with me here. We'll look at that, and then I was also.
Sorry, Prof. I couldn't pick up the question. She wants to. She wants life sciences to do what?
She wants also life sciences to be unpacked like the way we did with the physical science, paper 1 and paper 2, and also to be part of the teachers development workshop.
Oh, okay. No, I thought the physical science part was addressed because of you being the South African Institute of Physics. I didn't know that we are taking the entire basket of subjects, because
now currently we're looking at the physical science, but our request is also now going to the life sciences.
Okay. No. I don't think that could be that much of a problem, but in another platform, there are formations for life sciences, which probably, if they want us to participate, we can organize people from the province as well to participate on that. And fortunately, I am still involved around that. So in terms of teacher development, so I can assist in ensuring that it is unpacked in the way in which she wants it to be unpacked, and also in any form of meetings that are being organized. There will be surely people that will be organized from our side to either present or be part of the meeting itself. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I think that will be on the other platform also. We will relook at that to see how we can help that. That's why I say Sam, who is also looking at the housing department, is also with us here. We will look at that in the other platform. I think Mr. Rubimbi is also here. I think we can lead the discussion. I've seen Derek's hand fish, but can I say Rubimbi say something and then come to Derek Fish? Mr. Rubimbi? I think maybe he's not on connection, but Dr. Derek? Derek, you can take the podium. Currently with the other two speakers whom they are supposed to speak and we can't hear them, I can't see any other hand, unless Grace, you have your hand is a new one. Oh, Derek, you are there now.
Can you hear me now, Eric?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay, so just in response to the last question about life science, which was a good question, what is exciting is I think what was started in physics has branched out in many different directions. We've heard about the chemistry. UniZulu Science Center is approaching the end of making a complete set of videos and booklets to assist with skills for the life science exams. Now, I'm going to be speaking after the lunch break today, And I will mention the fact that although we started with physics, we're busy with chemistry and life science, and we're moving into mathematics. So it really has branched out into other areas. And I think that's what's exciting is how this has grown. People have also mentioned connectivity issues. The whole point of essential skills is it requires zero connectivity because all the resources are physically distributed. So there's a lot of exciting stuff I'll share, but I have a slot after the lunch break. I just want to encourage everyone to come back and take part because it goes way beyond physics into chemistry, life science, and maths as well. Thank you.
Thank Derek for that. I think we are also currently on the time of the break. We will break for 30 minutes. I think we have taken long. But Mr. Mashalaba and Gijima, I think that it's Mr. Rubimba, are you back?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I think there was a question which was directed to you concerning the sampling of question paper. And the other question which Peters were asking, which were general questions to all of you from the Department of Education. Can you comment on that? And also there is Pat is still waiting to hear about paper 1 versus paper 2 performance and also the technical science. That also goes back to Mr. Mashalaba and Ngijima to comment on that. But on you now, Mr. Rubimbi, to comment.
Thank you very much, Eric. In terms of sampling of learners, sampling of schools, let me start by sampling of schools. We did a random sampling. As we did random sampling, we selected 4 schools in each, 10 schools in each circuit. And out of the 10 schools, we selected 10 learners per school. From the 10 learners, 3 are the top performing learners, 4 are the middle performing learners, and 3 are the low performing learners. Then when we have sampled these learners, we did that with trial. And it was our first time to do this kind of item analysis. We were doing this because we wanted to find out exactly which school need assistance on what. We were trying to move away from generalization, where we simply say vektile projectile motion, it's a problem. And we just assume that it's a problem for all learners in the schools. And once we see that the learners did not perform in a particular question, it means that this will tell us that it's either the problem is with the teacher or the problem is with the learners. But in the main, the performance of learners resembles the performance of teachers. So once we found that the learners here did not perform, we then rushed the school, or we organize a workshop based on the sample of the 10 schools that we are doing in a circuit. And that is how we were doing the sampling. With regard to, let me also try the one that you've said, paper 1 and paper 2 performance. With regard to paper 1 and paper 2, paper 1, simple to seemingly it's the most simpler paper, but this is the paper that learners are struggling most. But at the same time, it also depends on the angle that the learners are finding themselves. In paper 2, there is a lot of explanations and writing in terms of that. But in paper 1, there is a lot of calculations. And in terms of calculations, once you miss or if you choose a wrong formula, or you pick up a wrong formula, then you are gone. But at the same time, as I'm saying, it also depends on the strength at which the learners are exposed. And again, this also translates in terms of teacher qualification, which was asked as well. The teachers that we have are qualified teachers in the main, particularly those who are teaching grade 12. They are qualified physical science teachers. But we do have teachers coming from outside the country, outside South Africa. Those ones, they come with specialization. And when they do specialization, you find that the strength is in one of the two papers, but not in both. And in that regard, it then indicates that when they teach, they will focus more on where they are stronger than where they are not strong. So in that regard, when we are to do the teacher training, for example, we may as well do the needs analysis, because it can be revealed easily in terms of that. But in our district, in Vembe East District, we do have database already collected in terms of teacher qualification based on specialization, particularly including even our own counterpart, our own fellow South African teachers. So we do have database, but even on the Eastern Cape, if they don't have, they can still do that, because it's a simple exercise to find out the strength of the teachers, because that is where the training will be more focused and more directed. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr.
Okay, if I may come in.
Yeah, Mgijima, I can come in.
Yeah, in as far as the performance between the two papers in the province, we have observed over a number of years that performance in paper 1 is always higher than the performance in paper 2. I'm not at liberty to divulge the actual percentages for last year, but what I can say is that there was a 24% difference between the performances in the two papers, with paper 1 leading the way. Vimbi has said a lot, but we also need to indicate, perhaps as the province, that we are concerned about the teachers, the new science teachers, in terms of their level of content knowledge. Teachers coming from some of the universities, it's becoming a concern. That's all I can say.
Okay, thanks for that, Mr. Mgijima. We have 3 more minutes. If there is any other question before we go for break, then we can have that. Sam, you want to say something?
Yeah. Oh, yes, I just wanted to just to assure Grace, remember when we started with the implementation of the teacher development project, life sciences was actually very much part of our offering mix. And but that was actually at the pilot stage. So it's actually very important now to actually consolidate our intervention activities to include the life sciences as well. And this is also informed by the fact that there is a lot of work that is being done by Derek in particular, to develop resources for life sciences as well. So I think we need to actually now bear in mind that we are now basically particularly focused on the enhancement of the overall quality of science education in South Africa. And as a result, we are actually looking at science, in its broadest sense. So, and I know where Grace is coming from, because, and I can see Somaya is here as well, because when we were, piloting the project, we were actively, working with the Gauteng district in particular. So that's how, the teacher development program actually got off the ground. And it will actually be very prudent, to make sure that, life sciences is actually very much part of the mix as well. And, touching on the quality of newly qualified teachers, I think this is actually becoming more of a concern. And remember, in the past, teacher training was actually the exclusive preserve of the former, teacher training colleges. But it is now actually offered by universities. And if the quality, leaves much to be desired, is something that, we need to take up to ensure that we are actually getting value for money, So, and I can, assure Mr. Mgijima that, this observation is not only confined to the Eastern Cape. I think even in Gauteng, similar concerns have actually been expressed. So given the fact that it's actually becoming a very serious issue that requires attention, we need to actually follow appropriate channels to take some of these matters up, because they are actually impinging, obviously, on the quality of science education efforts that are actually being undertaken in South Africa. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sam, for that. I think the quality we were also discussing that this week at a school and department at the University of Venda in the science faculty, to say we really need to look at the quality of teachers we're giving out, because it's also hunting us back to train them. And that's one of the things we are looking at the University of Venda also, to say how can we improve that. But then there's still one burning question from Pat about the technical sciences. I think this goes to one of the guys, Mr. Mashalava, Mukijima, or Rovimbi. If you can comment on the technical sciences and the performance of learners in that.
Yes, hello?
Yeah, you can carry on, Mr. Mashalava.
Yeah, in our case, for an example, what we could say is are we there?
Yeah, you are still here.
Okay. The technical sciences, sorry, the performance of the technical science in our province, I would say was not bad, because we registered 78%, and in the past 2 years, even though I could say that we are also fluctuating, because in 2018 we were around 81 something percent, and in 2019 we were at 83.5%. So we've gone down a little bit, but the numbers are still very low, because the learners who participated and wrote for one class, they were around 1,800 and something altogether for the entire province. So in one way or another, what I'm saying is, yes, it is a challenge because of a number of things. One, we didn't have teachers that were trained to teach technical sciences as a subject, because most of our teachers have gone the route of either physical sciences, or those that have gone to technical schools ended up entering teaching with a low base type of knowledge, because they just went to, I would say, either at TVET college and ended up doing PGCE and the like, then coming to join it, Department of Education. So in a way, you still see some, a lot of challenges, which I still think Mr. Mkijima will be able to talk at length around that, because they were working jointly, physical sciences and technical sciences. But generally, what I would say in our case, it is not badly performed, because we've always been above 80% for the past 2 years. It's only this year that we were below 80%. However, I must say that a lot still needs to be done there, in particular with subject advisors, because technical sciences doesn't have subject advisors. We rely on the same subject advisors for physical sciences. And as such, if in our unit of analysis, we see subject advisors as a valuable tool to improve the results, it goes without saying we need to make sure that we define exactly who has to be a subject advisor for technical sciences. What form of qualifications does he or she needs to be a technical science subject advisor? And as such, I think that would be of tremendous assistance to us going forward. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Mr. Mashalaba. I think I will take the last hand from Paul, so that at least we can go for the break. I've already taken too much of your time. Paul?
Yes, thanks, Eric. A follow-up on the technical sciences, or technical physics or technical science. There is a disconnection between the DBE and higher education in terms of one being the curriculum that is, or the syllabus that is being dealt with in high school, and the students not being accepted in some of the universities because of the syllabus that they've been covered, or the curriculum that is not equivalent to that of the pure physical science. So my question is from colleagues from the department, what is it that they're going to do to make sure that their learners end up being taken into the universities and that will deal with the curriculum thereof? Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Any taker? And we have a quick reply so that we can go for the break.
Hello.
What time do we start?
We are starting back at 12:30.
12:30.
Yes. Mr. Mashalaba, can you just give a quick response and then we go for break?
Yeah, thanks, Prof. Let me quickly say that this has been addressed in a number of forums. For an example, representatives from higher education institutions were called in various meetings at DBE, where this issue was actually addressed. But however, we are still again seeing a disconnect of some sort, because the people probably who might be attending those meetings, whatever that they bring back to their institutions might not be taken into consideration. There's also a circular, about 2 that have came out with respect to that, where it was actually being addressed, the fact that this subject is actually should be recognized. But we were still seeing some other universities not recognizing it or not wanting to accept learners who have actually got good results on it. So basically, what I'm trying to say is it might be just a systemic challenge of some sort of a disconnect between DPE and higher and HEIs. But however, that was addressed a long time ago. Thank you.
Thanks. I think we are running short of time, and we have already taken the other 30 minutes for the more than 30 minutes for the lunch break. But Derek has already said that it's going to be presenting essential skills material for after the break. And can we have a quick 20 minutes break, and then we come around 12:30 so that we carry on with what Derek Fish is presenting. And this is also, will also touch bases on the life sciences. And I think thanks everyone on this session. The second session will be chaired by Sam. And let's take a break for 20 minutes and let's all come back, please.
That the colleagues who are still in the comfort break are able to rejoin us. I can see they've started, to rejoin. Right. Okay. Now, I think colleagues would now start to realize that the complexity of the problems that have been highlighted so far by way of that diagnostic report analysis is actually indicating to us that our work is cut out. And as a matter of fact, some of the recommended interventions that were actually suggested were actually in the form of videos and the use of simulations to demystify the complexity of some of the abstract scientific concepts. And that is precisely what Derek is actually doing for us. So last year we actually distributed an essential skill, that is a metric essential skills booklet, which was actually coupled with a lot of essential resources. And as a matter of fact, our own Derek Fish is actually taking this development to a higher level, and now it is actually including chemistry, physics, and by extension life sciences as well. And it is hoped that this initiative can actually be consolidated so that it actually make provision for other key knowledge domains as well. So Derek, I can actually see that you are ready. So I'm just going to take over to you, hand over to you so that you can actually take us through the essential skills, the metric essential skills, and obviously you'll actually shed more light on how our colleagues can actually lay their hands on the booklets, and obviously the extent to which the videos can also be incorporated as part of the package as well. Over to you, Derek.
Okay, Sam, are you hearing me?
Perfect.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. And the Institute of Physics has once again given me the graveyard session after lunch on a Friday afternoon. And I'm sure most of you would far rather go and lie in your beds and sleep, or maybe go and watch TV or something. So I'm going to have to do my best to keep you actively involved. And I really will do my best. I really want to say as well, it's difficult, the fact that I can't see you or hear you. So I encourage you to interact. And if you've got a question or a comment, why don't you just type it into the chat? I'm sure you all know how to use the chat by now, and I'll do my best to monitor those as I go through. I want to make this as interactive as possible. So thanks very much, Sam. I'm very excited about the project we're going to be doing this year. And we started it last year in a small way. And I think to tell you the story, let me rather show you some pictures. Because, in our science center, we have the saying, tell me, I forget, show me, I remember, and involve me, and I understand. So I'm going to share my screen. And just want to confirm again, Sam, that you're seeing my shared screen, the yellow screen that says Essential Skills. Someone could just confirm that for me.
Yes, I'm on the screen.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. Okay, so that is excellent. So let me tell you the story of Essential Skills and where it came from. I'm going to keep my camera on because I like to have some engagement. Maybe what you want to do is just choose the speaker view where you've got one small picture of the speaker. And if you put that in the top right-hand corner, I've designed all my PowerPoints so that nothing will be covered by that. So I've been running matric science workshops for at least the last 25 years. These have been presented to over 200,000 pupils all over northern KwaZulu-Natal. Many of these pupils, like my friend Vusani Mieni here and others, have gone on to study science. Now, we came to last year, 2020, and lockdown, and I realized two things. One, that matrics needed matric workshops more than ever, and secondly, that we couldn't do them because of lockdown. So all my colleagues around South Africa and around the world said, it's no problem, we'll just go online. But we've already heard this morning about some of those problems. And I was really touched by this cartoon. Remember, not all kids have the same opportunity. And we've even seen this morning that some of us, even at our universities, are struggling to connect. And while some wealthy children are sitting inside on their laptops, other children are watching through the window. And I just thought that's no good. So I took the physics workshop, which we had previously been a 4-hour face-to-face workshop, and I converted it into 8 one-hour videos. You don't need to worry about all the detail here. And the idea was a skills-based workshop to prepare matriculants for the paper 1, the physics paper. And what I was determined to do is to make sure that these videos were available even to people who had no internet. And we have succeeded in doing that, which I'm very proud of. with the help of the Institute of Physics. So here's the cover page, because there's a booklet, sorry, the contents page, there's a booklet that goes with it. We're highlighting 4 skills. The first one is graphs, and these comments in the yellow bubbles actually come from the diagnostic reports. We heard a lot about those this morning, but we used the diagnostic reports to ensure that we were dealing with things which were in fact relevant. So graphs, free body diagrams, equations, and ratio question. And the examiners highlighted that all of these sections were really important. Now, what was very important for me in these workshops, I'm not interested in teaching content. You know, our pupils and teachers are not actually that bad at content, and the examiners bear this out. That actually what our pupils and teachers need is skills, because facts fade, even experiments expire, but skills stick. And that was really important to me, that we should focus here on skills. And that's why it's called essential skills. And you know, it is not just for matric. We can get pupils through matric, but what use are they going to be to our industries and other places of work if they don't have skills? So put together this program called Essential Skills. There's a booklet that you see on the right. It was a 48-page booklet. We worked very hard and managed to print this for less than 6 Rand a booklet. I challenge you to try to photocopy 48 pages for less than 6 Rand. And then made digital videos. I made them in the same way as we're doing now, just by recording Zoom sessions. In many ways, it was very primitive, but it was quite enough for what was needed. So these videos are grounded in the curriculum. The relevant theory and applications are covered, but not all the theory, only the theory relevant to the skills. We perform experiments, study simulations, look at relevant exam questions, and end each one with an inspiring interview. I'm going to spend time not just talking about these, but showing you these things. Although, of course, the very best way to see them would be to download the videos from the Institute of Physics website and go through them yourself. So the booklets were given out 1 per pupil, and the videos were put on this memory stick, 3 gigabytes of files altogether, 1.2 gigabytes with videos. Now here you can see with my staff at UniZulu Science Center, we originally got some funding from South 32, a local aluminium smelter, and we printed 5,000 booklets and memory sticks for 180 schools in the Kingletshwayo district. That's our local district. And we were quite proud of that reach. And you can see we tried as far as possible to physically take the books out to schools and to lend support. This was done in August last year. I know that was too little too late, but we were just trying to do something to alleviate the problem the matrics had. We also used the education department, who were fantastic through their science advisors in distributing to all their schools. But if you go to the SAIP website, you can see this press release, 7th of September last year, Essential Skills. And the SAIP have been fantastic, and they have come on board, and they printed 20,000 more booklets. So it started off with 1 fish feeding the 5,000, but now it's feeding the 25,000. And you can see in the map here that the red is the Kingletshwayo district, black is Umkanyagudi district to the north of us, Gauteng, Limpopo, and Eastern Cape. Now this is an interesting map because the red dots are schools that do badly in science. And you can see we've tried to target those areas very strategically where there's a concentration of population and problems with science. So these were distributed to all these areas last year. Now, again, it was too little too late, but I'm still proud of what we were able to do in the time that we had. So just to look at some of the things that are in these videos, each video starts off by looking very carefully at the exam. Now, you probably know by now, paper 1 is very systematized. The questions are always the same structure, obviously not the same question. So I've done a detailed analysis over the last 3 years, November 2018, 19, 20. Look at the average marks per question. You can see this is from last year's video. We've taken out a snapshot of the question. So for question 7, electrostatics, let's compare, let's look at trends. We've focused on the skills that are required in the CAPS curriculum. This is straight from the CAPS document. Again, a comment from the examiner, a severe lack of skills is evident, not content. One of these skills is graphs, and we start by just reintroducing pupils to what is the graph, what are the things that it does, where do we find graphs in real life? These are all just screenshots from my cell phone. And you've got to know about graphs just to use your cell phone in everyday life. We've looked at exam questions. This is the November 2019 motion graphs question. And we particularly looked at exam questions which gave problems. Question 9, internal resistance in 2018. The examiner changed the graph around, and suddenly the national average, instead of being 70 for a question, was 35. The interesting thing is the pupils didn't struggle with internal resistance, they struggled with graphs. That was the problem. And so we very carefully analyze these in the videos. November 2019, it was the photoelectric effect where they turned the graph around. Now, mathematically, it was still a straight line graph. Nothing had changed. But look at the national marks for these questions. 29%, 13%, just to name the gradient of the graph. So we go through all of these very carefully. We try as far as possible, not just to give theory, but to give comparisons, like this comparison of all your 9 motion graphs, to teach acronyms. This is one we made up for how to draw a graph. I have to go quickly, how to solve equations, the progress method, so that if you're stuck and you don't know where to start, you can use this method. We use a lot of simulations. Now, a number of the speakers this morning mentioned PHET. It is fantastic. It was put together by a Nobel Prize winner as his free gift to the world, and they can be downloaded for free. What we do is every teacher on his memory stick gets a complete download of PHET simulations, which can be used offline. And again, comment from the National Exam Report. Teachers must include the use of ICT, especially PHET simulation. You've never heard of these, you're missing out. But I'll show you some more of them. So this one just explains so nicely how straight line graphs work. I also do real live experiments in the videos using real live equipment. Now, of course, the pupils can't handle it, but they can take all the data, do the graphs. And where we can't do the experiments, like photoelectric effect is difficult, we use the simulation. We talk a lot about applications. Here's a solar powered car that went right around South Africa with no petrol, went 5,000 kilometers just on the charge of the sun. Here's NASA's solar powered aircraft that can fly around the world with no energy input. And each video ends with an inspiring interview, and you will see a number of the people who are online are part of those interviews. And we've chosen people who are prominent in industry and the SAIP, and who can represent where you can go with your studies. So that's the Essential Skills workshop. And as I say, that's what was done last year. So what I want to do for the rest of the time is dig down a little bit deeper into some of the things we do. So first of all, we look at applicable theory. And because I'm talking to trainers today, I want to appeal to you. These not just to give boring presentations of reading theory off a page. That will not help the teachers. We're going to look at the experiments, the simulations, the applications, and the exams. Now, again, there's too much to see here, but people have mentioned the problems of pupils getting out of schools, the problems of connectivity. By physically distributing these videos, here are some of the advantages. Learners all over South Africa will benefit. Last year, 25,000 learners in 5 provinces. We can have small learner groups. The new videos will all be less than 1 hour. The workshop takes place in the school, no travel costs or arrangements to be made, no time out of school, no disruption of class, no extra exposure to COVID. The booklets are free, thanks to our sponsors. And again, I must mention here the Alan Gray Foundation, which was fantastic in printing 20,000 extra booklets, and South 32 in Richards Bay. There's no connectivity issues because you have the video on a memory stick. So you can pause it, you can replay it, you can watch it at your own pace. You might think I'm talking very fast today. Not a problem if you have your own video. You can let the learners try the questions, and the videos are also designed so that they can be sent via WhatsApp, on cell phones, shown on televisions, and the educators will get their own copies to keep. So this was the original one of 8 one-hour videos, and I'll talk a little bit later about how we've expanded this actually to 16 videos, which we're going to go through this year. So I'm just going to pause for a little second there and just have a look at you again. I see 30 people are online, which are great. As I say, let me pause for a minute and just ask if there's any initial questions. Somebody's also making a lot of noise. If you could mute yourself, that would be great. Thank you. So any questions before I talk about how I'll tackle the theory? I'd be happy to answer them. Just unmute yourself and ask your question. Thanks.
Are you at liberty to share these videos, simulations, and your material?
Sorry, say that again.
Are you at liberty to share the simulations with other districts and the other materials you got?
Are you saying, am I allowed to do it?
Yes, yes.
Well, I am, because they're entirely my own creation. Every word of them has been written and made by me. And University of Zululand and UniZulu Science Center wants to make these available as far as possible. So please, I'll talk a little bit later. There will be physical distribution again by the SAIP. They are available. They will be available for download from the SAIP website. They will also be available to be streamed from another website. And we have plans to put them on WhatsApp platforms and YouTube platforms as well. So we want to make them available as far as possible. Last year, we printed 1.5 million pages, and obviously that's expensive, but we will also make PDFs of sections of the books available online so that those who can't get the printed ones can print their own. Thank you. Any other questions?
No, it's not a question per se. I mean, but I just wanted to tell Mr. Mkijima that the USBs and the booklets were distributed. You can check Mr. Kaleni, because however
You've muted yourself again.
Sorry.
Continue.
Yeah, no, I'm saying last year the booklets and the USBs were distributed to each and every district in our province, those that were given to us. But in terms of the report that I got from districts, they were given to learners, teachers and learners directly. District, like they might have missed Mr. Mkijima a little bit, but I still have one of that was left here with me. I can give them. I can give you.
Okay. In fact, thank you for that.
It has got all. If it has got all those videos, not unless it's something new, which is not in the previous distribution.
Okay, thank you for that. At the end of this presentation, I'm going to talk about the new implementation. Three things are very different. The book has gone from 48 pages to 72. The videos have gone from 8 to 16. And the implementation, instead of just handing out everything, we're going to try to work a lot closer with teachers to support them and to encourage them to use the videos at the appropriate time during the year. Last year we were facing a crisis, so we tried to get them as wide as possible in August and September. This year we're going to try to work very hard to support teachers and encourage them to use the videos at the appropriate time. For example, when you finish teaching momentum, which grade 12 teachers should be busy with now, that's the time to show the momentum video and go through the worked examples of that. So instead of trying to do 11 hours of video at the end of the year when you have no time, to use them throughout the year. Okay, so thank you for those questions. I'm going to push on a bit, but I will keep stopping for questions. And you can also feel free to type a question into the chat. So let me dig down into some more aspects of this. As I say, the very best way to find out about them is actually to go and look at some of the videos yourself. So the first thing each video does is deal with some theory. Now, once again, because I'm talking to trainers today, and you will all be actually training the teachers, I want to appeal to you to ask yourself the question, what about my presentation makes it different from the teacher just reading a textbook? See, the teachers have textbooks, they have notes, they have the internet mostly, and if we're just presenting them with more content, we're not really making a difference. So I really want to encourage all of us in our presentations to the teachers to ask, how can we make them different? So just some examples. When I teach the Doppler effect, one can just have a diagram, but if you look at this diagram, you can see how much more useful it is. You'll see that the ambulance is making a constant signal of 800 Hertz, but you can see how what the listener hears changes as the ambulance approaches him or goes past him. Now, Zoom allows us to share things like that, and we must make the most of that sort of thing. So moving on, it's all very well to have this animation, but pupils have problems with this equation, don't they? And again, instead of telling pupils learn this equation off by heart, we have a very detailed table, both in the booklet and on the videos, where we explain to the pupils there are 4 possibilities for this equation. And in fact, they don't need to learn them at all. They just need to ask themselves, are the source and listener going towards each other or away from? Now, I'm not going to go into detail today, but we can really make things easier for the learners with good summaries like this one. And then, of course, they will be applied to exam questions.
Sorry, Derek, there is a question. There's a question in the chat box. They would like to know if we have videos for chemistry as well.
Well, thank you for that. Yes, the answer is not yet, but we're working on them.
Perfect.
So I'll talk about this at the end. UniZulu Science Center is actively working on physics, chemistry, and life science videos, but we would encourage other universities and science centers also to do so, because obviously there's a limit to what we can do. I'll talk about those later. So photoelectric effect, again, one can have a static diagram, but don't you think this diagram is much more useful to understand the threshold frequency? And the threshold frequency for this particular metal is obviously yellow, because you can see with yellow, there's a movement of the photoelectron, but without any extra kinetic energy. Once again, I'll show PHET simulations in a moment, but one thing that's not done very well in our teaching is to relate different subject areas. Now, if you look at this graph, this is a graph of acceleration versus applied force, but it looks very similar to the photoelectric effect graph, doesn't it? The graph of kinetic energy versus frequency. Now, force and friction is easy to understand. Work function and energy in photoelectrons is very difficult to understand. So I take the trouble to show how this situation, which we can understand quite easily, you all know when you push a box, static friction keeps it stationary until you overcome that, and then it starts to accelerate. So relating different subject areas is important. When we get to the normal force, so often we just want to tell the children things. We should also ask them things. And when I've spoken to pupils, if you tell them that when you push on the wall pushes back, they don't really believe you. And if you tell them that when I put my glass on the table pushes back, these are very pertinent questions. How can the table or the road actually push something? Is there a man inside who pushes it? How does the table know when to push? If I take my cup and I put it down on the table, how does it know, now I must start pushing? How does it know how hard to push? It has to push harder if I sit on the table than if I put my cup on the table. Who does the pushing? And what is the nature of this normal force? So we've got all these different forces, and I think most pupils and even teachers would be quite surprised to find that the normal force is at heart an electrostatic force. And that actually, and again, this is a whole explanation which I don't have time for now, but the bottom line is that atoms are joined together by electrostatic forces, and we make a spring model of matter. And you all know that if you push down on springs, they will push back as they get compressed. And this is a very good picture of the normal force, that as you push those atoms and the nuclei get closer together, the resistive force which pushes them apart increases. So I take trouble in the videos not just to speak about content, but actually to explain it clearly with diagrams like this. Another thing is it's very useful to have acronyms. The children have to draw graphs. So we've developed this TELSIP acronym. Again, don't worry about the details, but it tells them questions to ask when they draw a graph. It needs a title, axes, label, scale. And again, in a few of the videos, we do detailed examples using this method to draw a graph. Another acronym I've developed is PROGRESS. So many pupils look at an 8-mark equation and they just don't know where to start. So PROGRESS is right. This is where you start. Very please, can we mute that microphone? It's very disruptive. So here's where you start. You draw a picture, work out what's required, what is obvious, what is given, relate what is given to what is required with an equation, substitute, and solve. So we're not just regurgitating the theory, we're teaching strategies, we're teaching skills. When you look at equations of motion, again, pupils have a problem saying, which equation shall I choose? There's 4 equations. So I encourage them, instead of looking at what is in the equation, rather to look at what is not in the equation. That equation has no delta x. The second one has no delta t. The third one has no final velocity, and the fourth one has no acceleration. So in fact, a good strategy is to choose your equation not by what is in it, but by what is not in it. And by drawing up a table like this and seeing what is left out, it becomes much easier in question 3 to choose your projectile motion equation. Obviously, I'm rushing, but I'm encouraging all our presenters. Give the teachers something which is new, which is a strategy, which is a skill. Please don't just give more theory. That's not needed. When we look at graphs of motion, these are all the 9 graphs that you'll need while you're at school. Every other graph is simply a composite of these put together. And by putting them together on one page in a colorful way, it helps to compare and contrast. So these are the things which we try to put across in the theory. Again, so that's how the theory is presented. And of course, what is shown on screen is mirrored by what is in the booklet. And I think the booklet is very important because although the pupils may be able to see a video at school, they may not be able to at home, but at least they can take the booklet home. So let me pause again, have another sip of my tea, and give an opportunity for another question, please.
Questions, colleagues?
So I think the message I'm trying to get across to all of us as trainers, please let's be creative. Let's make maximum use of this medium that we have. And let's not just put words on the screen. The children don't need more of that. They need strategies, skills, pictures, animations, simulations, and they're all available to us.
Norman, on the use of the videos, what do you actually recommend? Use them as part of the lesson or use them as reinforcement or combination of the two?
That's a very good question. Thank you. I think different videos can be used in different ways. Because I'm not presenting the content, but I'm presenting the skills, my recommendation is that teachers will teach a section, like I said, momentum, and then use them as reinforcement. And the videos also, I'll get to this in a minute, also involve the 3 most recent exam questions. Now, it's no good trying the exam questions until you've taught the theory, is it? It doesn't make sense. So
I agree with you on that one. I agree.
Yeah, let them teach the theory, do some exercises, and then at the end, because the videos are not teaching the theory, they're recapping it, so they are reinforcement. But thank you, that's a very relevant question. Anyone else? See, anyone who knows me knows that once I get talking, you need to stop me. I know Nolwazi knows that at least. Okay, I'm going to continue. And again, please feel free to pop a question into the chat. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is simulations. And, you know, I agree, it's fantastic if pupils can do hands-on experiments. But I want to tell you demonstrations and simulations are often nearly as good, and in some cases can even be better. So, for example, when we when I'm teaching about graphs, there's a wonderful simulation of Boyle's law. I'm just going to click on it and just see if it will open, and I'll be able to share the screen that I can show you this one. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult with shared screens. Now, unfortunately, that one is not working, but you can see it in the videos. This is a PHET simulation on straight line graphs. And I'll show you some of these in a moment. But when they're learning about gradient and y-intercept, it's fantastic because it's interactive. Now, this is just a screenshot, but I will actually come back to that one. Okay, just moving on. Projectile motion. Again, this is a PHET simulation, and it allows you to actually shoot objects and then ask questions about them. So just to make sure you're not all falling asleep on a Friday afternoon, I want to put a question to you, and I'm going to give you a couple of minutes. So this cannonball is shot out of a cannon. It's a parabolic trajectory. What I want to know is which of the force body diagrams from A to F is correct at each of the positions from 1 to 3. So 1 on its way up, 2 at the top of its flight, 3 on its way down. Now they've got 6 free body diagrams. I want you to, so you might say maybe at position 1, A is correct, position 2, D is correct, position 3, F is correct. So I want you to take a minute. And what I encourage teachers to do with these videos at a position like this is to pause it and give the pupils 5 minutes to work on this and discuss it before continuing to the answer. So I'm going to give you a minute. If you think you know the answer, you're welcome to type something into the chat. Otherwise, just think about it for a minute before I go on. Now, again, this is just a screenshot, but I'll show you in a minute how the simulation works, and it enables you actually to do all these things for yourself. So think about it for a minute. Anybody feel brave enough to put their answer into the chat?
It's C.
At which position, 1, 2, or 3?
All positions. On Professor, that there is no air resistance.
Fantastic. Who is speaking here?
Jima.
Okay. Well, all I can say is well done, because the correct answer is yes, it is C in all 3 positions. If we ignore air resistance, and you can see I deliberately haven't added air resistance here, but the only force acting on the cannonball at all 3 positions is the force of gravity. But I will show you just now how the actual simulation makes it so much easier to do this. And then, you know, we can relate that when we're doing the graphs of motion. We can relate the various graphs of motion to this simulation. The photoelectric effect is quite difficult to actually do the experiment for. And so I just want to, I'm going to see if I can change my share. I should be able to. Okay. So we have the photoelectric effect on screen here, and I'm going to put a graph up on the screen as well. And I'm going to turn up the intensity of the light. Okay. Now, I just want to confirm that you are seeing the live screen. Sorry, so let me turn this up here. Are you seeing some electrons moving across your screen? Can you confirm?
Yes.
Okay, great. So look at this great animation. We start off with infrared, very low frequency. So there's no electrons, no energy. As I increase the frequency, you see how the blue dot moves across the frequency axis, but it doesn't rise above it until we get to blue, which is the threshold frequency. And then you can see the electrons start flowing. And as the frequency goes higher, the maximum kinetic energy of those electrons gets higher. And can you see how this graph is actually generated? Isn't that fantastic? And what you can show is that by decreasing the intensity of the light, you don't decrease that energy at all. All you decrease is the number of electrons, of photoelectrons, which is very important. Now that was for a metal like sodium. So remember the threshold frequency was about 0.7. Let me change it to a metal like platinum with a higher work function. And now again, I turn up the frequency going from infrared through to blue, nothing's happened. Violet, nothing has happened. Ultraviolet, and only over here do we start getting. So you can see the threshold frequency here was 1.5. The slope of the graph is still the same. The gradient is always just h, Planck's constant. Now there's so much more that I can do with the simulation. And I hope you agree that this is so much more meaningful than simply showing them a picture. So I'm just going to change again back to there. Now you can see this is just a picture, and this is really boring compared with the live simulation. When we do this question comparing velocity and acceleration graphs, again, instead of just marking them, I use this fantastic simulation called the moving man, and it allows graphs in real time. And I'll also show you that one in a moment. Let me just get to the end and I'll show you some of these simulations. Okay, so before we get to applications, let me go to, here we are. Okay, So for example, projectile motion. You can see what you can do here is you can actually shoot the cannon and you can look at the vectors as they come out and you can change the angle of the cannon and shoot it like that. You can change the air resistance. You can change the initial speed. You can change all of these things and actually study what is happening there and turn the vectors on and off. Now I know at school they only do the very boring one-dimensional projectile motion, but then you can just point the cannon straight up like this, have it start from ground level basically, and then just shoot the objects up and down like that. I mentioned the one for graphing lines, and you can see when they're learning about straight line graphs, you can show them what happens when you move this around and how the values change and how the gradients change and how the y-intercept and so on changes. It's also got a game where they can actually try to put the line in the right place for that slope by moving it around. Check if it's right. No, in that case, I was wrong. Here's one of the PHET simulations on static electricity. Now the question is, why does a balloon stick to a jersey when you rub it? At the moment, you can see what is actually happening. And if I rub it there, can you see what's actually happening? The electrons are being transferred from the jersey onto the balloon. So because there's an excess negative charge, excess positive charge, it sticks. When I go to the wall, it's an induced charge. Can you see how those electrons move away? And because of that, there's a net positive charge and the balloon sticks there as well. We can put two balloons in and we can show how balloons stick to each other or repel each other and so on. Then just one more. Again, this is with PHET, and this is actually my favorite. This is the circuit construction kit. And you can build a circuit. It is really easy. You just drag the things in and out, and then the circuit actually works. So if I switch on the switch there, you can see the electrons flow, the light burns. Switch on the other switch, the electrons flow, and the light burns. Now, what's great about this is we can make measurements. So let me connect my voltmeter here. And you can see the battery voltage is 9 volts with the switch open. Now, of course, what we're measuring is the EMF because there's zero current flowing. We can bring in a non-contact ammeter and it'll confirm that there's zero current flowing. Now, I've set my battery resistance, the internal resistance at 1 ohm. Let's switch the switch on. And can you see immediately the voltage drop? Okay. So when I switch the switch off, 9 volts is the EMF. When I switch it on, there's a voltage drop of 0.82 volts. And what you're now measuring is the terminal voltage. Now you can do nice exercises with the class. So let me ask all of you, if I close the second switch there, what will happen to the voltage and the current? Will they increase or will they decrease? If I close the second switch and I include the second parallel bulb, will the voltage and current increase or decrease? I don't know if anybody wants to try.
Can you repeat?
So if I close the second switch to include the parallel bulb, what will happen to the reading on the voltmeter and the ammeter? Will each one increase or decrease?
Total resistance decrease.
Ammeter will increase.
Current
will increase. And the voltmeter?
And the voltmeter, okay, there is it will decrease.
Decrease.
Okay, so well done. But you see, what's so fantastic is instead of just giving the answer, you can say, right, let's see, close the switch. Ammeter increases because the total resistance is less. Voltmeter decreases. Now, of course, if we take the battery resistance and make it 0, then the voltage doesn't change at all if we have no internal resistance. And you can build any circuit you want. And I want to show you that for question 8, the circuit question in the exams, I answer it not just by giving the answer, but by building a working circuit and showing that circuit in action. Okay. So again, I'll just pause for a minute. Those are the simulations that we see, and they come from PHET. So every teacher that gets a memory stick, all the simulations are downloaded. But if any of you just Google PHET, it'll take you straight there. You can either use them online, or you can download the whole package, or you can download them one simulation at a time. They are fantastic, and they allow you to teach in a much more interactive way. Let me pause for a minute and ask if there are any questions. David Wolf has made the very good comment that in the PHET pictures, we see the electrons moving, which is the opposite of conventional current. Absolutely. But I think we all know as physicists that it is the electrons which move. Any questions, comments? Is there anyone else who uses PHET and can share my excitement with it? I'm not hearing a whole lot of excitement. It's this Friday afternoon.
Yeah, we are excited. We are excited because it takes it moves learners from the macro world, the microscopic world. This is what it helps in. These simulations. Actually making the understanding, facilitating understanding, actually.
Thank you, Zukisa. You know, I want to say as well, there are as many simulations for chemistry as well with PHET. And in many ways, they're even more important because Zukisa mentioned this real importance of the microscopic world. They really help with the particle model of matter. And there are also life science simulations and mathematics simulations. And they really help to take it and make it real. So again, I want to encourage each of you who's going to do some training. Before you do your training, go to PHET and have a look if there's a relevant simulation for your section, and then use it, because it's much more interesting than just putting words on screen. So let me go through one more section, and then we'll just take a brief break also, so I can stop talking for a while. So let me just talk about applications. I think this is so important. You know, because I work in a science center, we were always talking about this question of, okay, Bernoulli's theorem, but so what? Why is that important? And I think if physics is not related to the real world, pupils will lose interest and it won't be nearly as relevant. So I mentioned the fact of graphs. We don't learn graphs just so we can pass physics, but these are all screenshots from my cell phone. So this is my mobile data usage. It's a rate graph. It shows the rate of mobile data usage and it shows what I'm using it for. I regularly go for walks with my wife, and here's a couple of graphs showing how far I've walked, how many steps. I also ride my bicycle. This graph shows me my average speed and also my average elevation over time. And then finally, here it shows me the splits, and it shows me that the 8th kilometer I did was the fastest. All of these graphs are just what I use every day on my cell phone. And it's important for pupils to see that the physics they do is relevant. Solar panels, the fact that South Africa should have more of these solar farms, where we actually use the power of the sun to generate electricity. And I showed you this before, solar powered cars. Isn't it amazing? Before lockdown, they used to have a solar race around South Africa. These cars would do 5,000 kilometers at an average of 80 kilometers per hour using just the power of the sun. Amazing. And NASA's solar powered aircraft. And of course, how do the satellites keep going? Where do they get their power from? Well, you can see most of the satellite is, this is the ISS, the space station. Most of it is huge solar panels. So Perseverance that's just landed on Mars, 500 million kilometers from Earth. How do we keep it powered? By solar power. So it's so important to understand that the photoelectric effect that Einstein proposed 116 years ago is now probably our best hope for future energy. And of course, here's a great one. Ladies, if you're lying on the beach and your cell phone gets discharged, no problem. You have a bikini covered in solar panels. You can plug in your cell phone and you can charge it while you are lying on the beach. So the sky is the limit when we look at the applications for physics. Also in the video on the photoelectric effect, I use these great Pasco sensors. So there's a voltage current sensor that plugs into your laptop, and I use it to demonstrate solar panels and show that the voltage changes in sunlight, ultraviolet light, and so on. Go and have a look at the videos. I don't have time for that now. This is a very common diagram for free body diagrams, the 4 forces that are on an aircraft. Now, I had an amazing experience just a week ago. First of all, I did some Zoom training, and if you look carefully, you can see that very same picture in my Zoom training. And what I was receiving training for was actually to fly an aircraft. And using my newly found knowledge, I actually went and flew an aircraft. I took off, I flew around, and I landed again. And I want to tell you, those 4 forces were very, very real to me while I was flying that aircraft. And we need to take these free body diagrams and other things, which I want to tell you, they seem so abstract to our pupils, and actually make them come alive through real life applications. When we talk about the Doppler effect, what actually happens when an aircraft breaks the speed of sound? Here's an amazing photo of an F-15 fighter. At the moment it breaks the speed of sound, we actually get that shock cone, high pressure cone. It actually makes its own cloud. And I think it's very important to be able to see these things. Okay, so those are the applications. And so what I've talked about so far, I've given you a general background to the videos. I've talked about how the theory is presented and encouraging us to do it in an exciting way. I've talked about the simulations, and I've talked about some of the applications. Now, I want to go on and talk about how you do live experiments on computers, how we tackle exams, and then most importantly, what is going to happen next with these videos and how they'll be distributed, how they're changing, and how you can be part of this. But once again, let me pause a minute and just give you a chance to give any feedback, any comments, any questions, please, and give me a chance to have some water. A fish needs water.
Right, questions, colleagues? Remember, these are actually innovative resources that can actually be used to address the very same problems that have actually been highlighted by the DBE diagnostic report. So we have to find innovative ways in which learners are able to visualize science, because that is actually key.
Absolutely. You know, think of some of the problems that we brought up this morning. You know, the fact that learners are rote learning without understanding, that's covered. The fact that connectivity is an issue, that's covered by having live videos. The fact that learners don't have resources, each learner gets a booklet. So we've tried very hard to actually cover all of these different issues. I think you're scared to ask questions that otherwise you won't be able to go home early. Banu, do you have a question?
Yeah, I am very happy to see these simulations. We would like to have it for our school. I like it very much. I like it very much. I want to use it.
Yeah, all I can say is I'll put this into the chat at the moment. All you need to do, just that word I've put into the chat, PHET, just Google that. And you can have instant access to all those simulations. How are you going to learn them? Only by playing with them. That's how I learned them. Just take them and play with them. Such fun.
No, I will recommend to my learners, because during the lockdown, we just know how to communicate to the learners. We just send papers through, WhatsApp and everything. And if it comes to WhatsApp media, it will be more comfortable. Now the learners are very much used to WhatsApp and YouTube.
So PHET is fully accessible from a cell phone. It's a fantastic resource. They keep adding new simulations. And, I've actually been in touch with them and making suggestions, and they listen to them as well. Some of them are just good demonstrations, like that one about electrostatic with the balloons. But some of them, like that photoelectric effect, are so accurate, you can actually do quantitative experiments and draw graphs from them. They're that good.
I like the photoelectric effect because it's difficult to make the learners understand that. Repeatedly, you say the same thing and they cannot understand. But this one, this simulation will make them to understand the relationship between the frequency and the kinetic energy. It's very clear.
Absolutely. I'm also just popping my email address into the chat, and feel free to email me. And, Banu, particularly that one of the photoelectric effect, I'll send you a copy of that video, and you will see as I go through it, it really makes that whole topic so much more understandable. And that then when you if you look at last year, the November 2020 exam, Do you remember the question 10? It was
Yeah, the
three
last
graphs
question.
of the photoelectric effect.
Yeah.
Now those graphs make so much more sense when you go
Yeah,
through that simulation. And you know, the point is, if pupils understand things deeply, there's no need for rote learning. It's so much better. And for all those who are lecturers, when they come to you to do first year, they will be much better students than those who passed matric by cramming, I can assure you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Good. Thank you.
Anybody else? This is your chance.
Just to emphasize that Derek is actually developing all these, resources for the benefit of the nation, and he will reflect on the distribution, supply chain, at the end of the presentation. So we just want to actually come up with resources that can actually be of benefit to the rest of the country.
Okay. So I think it's time to take off for the second half of this presentation. And just remember that the pupils who are watching are used to visual media. And if you can make it more...
Wait. So you are in the cockpit now?
I'm in the cockpit now. I'm wearing my captain's hat and I'm flying. And you know, what I'm saying is we need to make the most of our visual media, and get to know the programs you're using, make it exciting, make it interesting for your pupils. You see, it's not only an aeroplane that I can fly. I can actually fly the Apollo. This is the Apollo spacecraft that went to the moon. I can actually fly in the International Space Station. I can go anywhere I want to. So get to know these media. Okay. I wonder if the SAIP can just mute that noise for me. That would be a help. Thank you. Okay. So there's so many possibilities, and I really encourage you, make the most of them, because you can make the presentation so much more interesting. So now I'm traveling through outer space. Let's continue. So let's talk about the experiments. Now, one of the sad things for me is that pupils don't do experiments. I was fortunate to go to a very good school and university, and we did all the experiments, and it makes such a difference. And, particularly when it comes to understanding graphs, people see graphs as something abstract. They are not. A graph is the result of an experiment. A graph is simply taking data that you've collected in an experiment and representing it graphically. And if you draw graphs as a result of an experiment, I promise you, you will understand them so much better. Now, how do we actually go about doing experiments? Well, again, I want to tell you there's some fantastic things available. For the experiments, I've used equipment from Pasco Scientific. Now, Peter Hoshofsky is an old friend of the Institute of Physics. He represents Pasco Scientific in South Africa, and they've got fantastic interfaces which actually connect to the computer. I'm just showing you a screenshot of this now, but just in a minute, I'll show you. This is an oscilloscope, and when you're teaching the Doppler effect and sound and waves, it's really fantastic. This I did using the motion sensor. Now, this is a very interesting program. There's a motion sensor that as you walk in front of it, it actually plots either your position or your velocity time graph. Now, in this case, the program draws the black graph, and then the challenge to you is to walk in such a way that your red graph will match the black graph as closely as possible, and it gives you a score. Now, I want to tell you, matching a velocity time graph is very difficult, even for us as physicists, but it makes it come alive. Now, of course, these things would be more realistic if we were using them with a live class, but we have to do what we can. Let me show you one of the experiments which is done in full detail in my video on internal resistance. So, first of all, the experiment is introduced. This is what is shown in their booklets, and they have a blank table because they will actually record all the data. We don't do that for them. In the video, I go through and show them that we're using batteries, not a power supply. We're going to use digital multimeters for ammeter and voltmeter. This is how the circuit is set up, relating the actual circuit to the circuit diagram. When we take our first reading, we disconnect the ammeter. So what you see there, 4.51 volts, of course, is the EMF because there's no current flowing. And then I switch over to the Pasco equipment simply because it allows us to measure current and voltage digitally in real time, put it in the table and graph it in real time. And so you can see here I am doing the experiment. and the graph, the familiar internal resistance graph, is produced in real time in front of them. In the camera view, they can see me doing the experiment, and on screen, they can actually watch the graph. Now, we then simply enlarge that table, encourage the pupils to write it into their books. Those are the two different tables. And then this method I mentioned, TALSIP, I'm going to rush a bit because of time, but we take them through the whole thing of how to actually plot a graph, how to choose scales, how to plot those points, how to add best fit curves, and how to come to your conclusions. So we take them through the whole experiment. The only thing they don't do is handle the equipment. I wish that they could handle the equipment, but it's just not possible. But they do everything else and everything which will be expected of them in the exam. So it is a fully fledged experiment, which is part of this. What the advantage is, these are the graphs pupils draw, and they can compare them with the graphs drawn by the computer and the linear regressions and the values and so on. What is really nice about this experiment is that your y-intercept has a real value. It's the EMF. And your gradient also has a real value. It's minus R, the internal resistance. So suddenly this graph actually comes alive for us. Okay, so those are the experiments. I'm just going to try to quickly pull up the other experiment, which I really want to show you. Just give me a second.
Derek, before you carry on, maybe at this point we need to emphasize that training on the use of these resources actually forms part of our teacher training, programs. So
Absolutely.
it has actually been integrated so that as we address other, problem areas, teachers can also be exposed to hands-on experience on the use of these resources so that they can actually be effectively used at schools.
Absolutely. I couldn't say it better myself. What we're really trying to do this year is to give much more support to teachers. So we don't just give you the resources and say, here you are, good luck. So what I'm doing today is a big rush. I just want to show you one of the other experiments and just confirm, Sam, are you seeing the oscilloscope on screen?
Yes.
So now again, this is commercial software, so it's not free like PHET, but you see it's using my computer microphone to draw a graph of the sound waves when I speak. So if I keep quiet, and if I speak loudly, you see it gets very full. So it shows you that the amplitude of the wave is related to the volume. The other thing is we can also see what's the difference between music and noise. So speech is very noisy, but if I make some music, you see that beautiful sound wave. It's a repetitive waveform. I can put on the sound creator here, and I can change the shape of the wave and so on to get different sounds out. So it's a fantastic resource. We can do all the introductory experiments for the Doppler effect using something like this and doing it on screen. In my video, as well as being a science teacher, I'm also a piano teacher. And I play the piano and I play a whole lot of other instruments, and we can look at the sounds. Everybody loves music, and that takes the physics and relates it to the real world. So that's something about experiments. And again, I want to challenge you teachers. Don't assume that because you're working through a computer, you can't do live experiments. You can. It really is possible. And it makes such a difference to the lives of the pupils. So I'm going to pause a moment there. Again, any comments or questions?
Right, colleagues, you can just unmute yourself and make a comment, please.
It's definitely Friday afternoon, Sam, I can see.
Yeah. Right, I think in the absence of questions, you can carry on, Derek.
Okay, so let's continue. You can see me with some zebras here. I want to tell you that this picture was actually taken in my street where I live. I live in Umtunzini, and every now and again some zebras come and mow the grass by eating it. So this is not a fake picture, but let's keep it interesting. Let's keep it exciting, and let's keep the pupils engaged with what is happening. Okay, so let me just continue, and we are going to exams. Okay. Right, Sam, just to confirm, you've got my screen that says exams in front of you.
Perfect.
Okay, so let's talk about exams. You know, I feel sorry for matrics. It's the highest point in their academic development, and yet they spend so much of the year doing boring revision. Now, I understand that you have to revise and matric is important, but there are ways to prepare for exams which can be made so much more interesting. So this is what I try to do in these videos. And the exam questions are the last thing we do. First, we do the theory, then we do some experiments, then we do simulations and applications, and then we apply that to the most recent exam questions. So first of all, we look at the curriculum. We make sure that pupils are absolutely clear that, for example, matter and materials, it's a chemistry topic, but in grade 12, the photoelectric effect crosses over into physics. So make sure we're absolutely clear what's in the exam and what is not. Reminders, this is a reminder from the examiner themselves. Grade 10 and 11 work is poorly understood, and it needs to be integrated with the work done in grade 12. And again, one of the speakers this morning mentioned that. We look very carefully at the structure of the exam because it's always the same, the structure. And for example, the fact that you've got 150 marks in 3 hours, you should work at 1 minute per mark, 1 mark per minute. And that gives you an extra 30 minutes to read it at the beginning and to check at the end. Recall questions. This is from the examiner's report. They were very poorly answered because keywords and phrases were left out. And again, one of the speakers this morning mentioned that fact. And that's the basic structure and breakdown of the exam. Now, it's much easier to understand as a pie chart, isn't it? To understand that mechanics and electricity are the lion's share of the exam, and there's a little bit of Doppler effect under waves and a little bit of photoelectric effect under matter and materials. Now, I've been through the last 3 papers and looked at how many marks per question and made a summary graph which shows the average. This is the number of marks per question, and these 10 questions are always the same. Sorry, the questions aren't the same, the subject matter is the same. So you can see, for example, the circuits question is always a lot more marks than the Doppler effect question. And just looking at the different sections, so multiple choice, mechanics, waves, electricity, and matter, materials, photoelectric. I don't spend much time on recall questions. You know why? Because that's learning. And the pupils do not need my help to learn. So that's all the recall questions from the 2020 paper. And I encourage the pupils to make a chart like this and to fill it in, because they don't need to be told what these are. They can simply be learned. But they're nearly always for 2 marks, which tells you that there are 2 important words which need to be said. Again, examiners comment, keywords and phrases are left out. That's 18 marks out of 150. That can be the difference between getting 28% and failing or getting 46%. That really can make a big difference. Once again, I've tried to summarize the different skills which can be expected of you. So everyone knows that you need to know graphs for exams, but there are actually 4 graph skills. Number 1, you have to be able to analyze and explain trends in a sketch graph which is given to you. And I look at an example in the booklet. Secondly, you have to analyze and explain trends in an accurate graph. Thirdly, you have to draw a sketch graph. And 4, you have to be able to plot an accurate graph. So those are 4 graph skills which are important, and I cover one of each type of question to make sure that pupils can understand what to do. Then I've spent a lot of time, these are the last 3 November papers, and I've taken a snapshot of each question. So for example, question 2 on Newton's laws, one can see the different sorts of questions. You can see the idea of pulleys and falling masses has been quite common, and inclined planes. Question 3, projectile motion, shooting objects up vertically. These 2 questions are actually identical questions, only the numbers have been changed. But the last 2 years, there's been quite a big emphasis on graphs of motion and the favorite bouncing ball that the examiner loves so much. Question 4, momentum. there really hasn't been a trend over the last 3 years. Question 5, energy and power, very similar. It's always an object at different points on an inclined plane and calculating your mechanical, kinetic, and potential energies. Question 6, the Doppler effect has also been very different. Last year we had a step graph. The year before, which confused everyone, we had a sound graph. And the year before, just a question in words. I want to be sure that pupils can handle every type of question. I'm not interested in whether they can answer this question, because that'll never come up again. I want them to be able to handle this type of question, because that's a skill. Question 7, electrostatics, always has 2 parts, one on Coulomb and one on electric field. And again, they need to be prepared for both parts of that. Question 8 or 9, electric circuits, quite often graphed, and you can see very different graphs here, and they need to be able to handle each type of graphs. Question 9 on electrodynamics, there's always a question on motors or generators, and then some sort of AC calculation. Now again, I'm not interested in them answering a particular question, but a type of question. And then question 10, the photoelectric effect, last 2 years, they're graphs. Now, Banu that I was talking to just now, this graph here from November 2020 will make so much more sense when they've looked at that PHET simulation, because I showed it to you. I showed you versus platinum.
Yeah,
so
I like
makes so much more sense and they'll understand everything. But November 2019, it was a completely different graph, which threw everyone. So it's important to look at least 3 years of questions. What I've added, obviously, since I did the videos last year, is I've added the November 2020 questions to bring them up to date. Now, here's a question from November 2019. Now, I could just give the answers, but first of all, if I just color my graph, you can immediately see that that graph is stone A and that graph is stone B. Immediately, it's easier to see, isn't it? Secondly, you asked for 2 times and 2 heights. Well, the times, which are put in red, have to be on the x-axis, and the heights have to be on the y-axis. So the answer to 3.5.1 cannot be A, H, B, or C, because those are not times. So can you see it makes it so much easier to come to the answers if you focus the pupils' attention just by using a little bit of color and a little bit of organization. And again, I want to ask you as trainers, if you're going to present answers to exam questions, which we should, do it like this. Use color, use animations. Don't just put the answers up. They can get the memo for that. They don't need us for that. Similarly, here's a question. It was a basic circuit. You had to measure current, power, energy. What I did is, first of all, keep taking them back to the data sheets, making sure they know which equations to look at. But then I took the circuit. There's the circuit from the exam on the right. And I constructed the identical circuit using PHET. Now, what you can do now is bring in your voltmeter and ammeter, and you can measure all the things. So 8.2.1 says, what is the current? There it is, 1.07. Now, of course, you have to know how to do the calculation, but you see, you can verify it here. 822, what is the power through the 10 ohm resistor? It's I squared R, there's the current, and the R is 10. So you can verify the answers from the memo. 823, what's the power, what's the work done in the battery in 30 seconds, just VIT, 12 volts, times 1.07 amps times 30 seconds, and so on. Now, I'm just showing you the screenshot, but in the video, I actually use the circuit construction live to show them that these are real answers and not just theoretical. It's also important how we present the answers. This is a question, this is actually from the KZN September prep exam, but that's not important. So draw a free body diagram, 4 marks. Pupils often think 4 marks is nothing. Why is that important? So they draw the free body diagram and they get it correct. But actually a correct free body diagram is essential for answering the next 2 questions. So what I encourage them to do is to say, right, let's take the forces that are at an angle and let's resolve them into components. So force F, we resolve into Fx and Fy, and we can get rid of F. The weight we can resolve into Wx and Wy, and we can get rid of the weight. So now we have a similar free body diagram, which is just as acceptable. It has 6 forces, but can you see all the forces are either in the y direction, perpendicular to the slope, or in the x direction, parallel to the slope. Now, why is this important? Let's look at the next question. It says, calculate the angle theta that the strap makes with the incline. So because we're looking at the horizontal forces up the incline, we get rid of all the y forces. So we get rid of the normal force, Fy and Wy, we're left with these three forces. So when we take Newton's second law, just reminding ourselves that the applied force is at an angle theta to Fx. Again, using color, we can show that Newton's second law becomes Fx up the plane minus kinetic friction and Wx down the plane must be equal to naught. So can you see by getting rid of the other three forces, we've focused our attention and it becomes a simple calculation. Second part of the question, determine the magnitude of the normal force, which is obviously a force that's applied, well, not quite perpendicular, but almost perpendicular to the plane. Now we get rid of the x forces, so we get rid of Fx, Fk, and Wx. We've got these three forces, they're all in the y direction, so we can simply add them up like that. And again, it makes the whole calculation so much simpler. So to break it down, use colors, use animation to show them how you can get to the answer using this. So what I want to encourage you to do with the exams is we do need to show them how to do exams, but there are much more innovative ways than just presenting the memos. They do not need us for the memos. They can download them from the DBE website and they don't need our expertise. What they need our expertise for is for the explanations and using PowerPoint, using animation, using PHET to actually answer those. Another thing I haven't had time for, PHET has a fantastic momentum workshop. And I could completely recreate the momentum question from last year's November paper. And then you can actually show them the collision in real time to confirm the answers from the memo. So please, let's be innovative in how we help the pupils approach their exams. Let me pause again for questions. Thanks, Sam.
All right, I just want to share the message that I got from Pat here. It's actually a WhatsApp message received from one of the learners. She's actually very grateful for the hard work that we actually did. That the message was actually sent to Pat. He said, I can't thank you enough, but 68% that I got for physical sciences was all because you feel like I should have got more than that. Thank you so much. So colleagues, you can actually see that we are actually making a lot of impact in society. And as a matter of fact, Pat was receiving a lot of WhatsApp messages last week about students who got admitted to enroll for aeronautical engineering and VET. So we are actually making significant strides, and I think this momentum needs to be sustained so that we can make a significant impact on society. Colleagues, any comments so far? And in the chat, I think Mr. Masalaba was asking if it will be possible, to receive obviously the recordings of these workshops. I think Mr. Masalaba, by all means, that should be possible. You just have to interact with the SIIP office so that these recordings can actually be shared accordingly.
Okay, so Sam, maybe I should continue. It's Friday afternoon. Everyone's keen to go on holiday. Let's get finished.
Okay.
You can see I'm already on my holiday place now.
Okay, right.
Okay, so let me continue where I was. Right, let's talk about the interviews. And Sam, you're seeing my screen which says interviews.
Perfect.
Right. One of the things I love about the Institute of Physics is they talk about the fact that they're the voice of physics in South Africa. I want to say they're also the face of physics. And I think WIPISA and all the other wonderful initiatives are doing a very good job putting a human face to physics. And I think it's really important. If you must remember, matrics are teenagers. And if we want to convince them about physics, we need to make it a human endeavor. And of course, physics is a deeply human endeavor. So At the end of each of the videos, and I'm doing new ones already, I've got a 5-minute interview, and I just use Zoom to do it. And it just puts the human face to physics and helps us pupils connect with those who are there. So my first interview was with none other than Brian Massara, who is the CEO of SAIP. Secondly was a guy called Becky Masakane. Now, I told you I've been running matric workshops for 25 years. Becky came to the very first workshop I ever ran in 1925. He's now one of the top supervisors at South 32, looking after about 20 people doing very complex work in their pot lines there. He tells the story of how he got there. Amante Diale has basically the chair of renewable and solar energy. So she talks about the importance of the photoelectric effect. Mongezi Sotsaka is also at South 32. He's the head of electricity there. He talks about the fact that South 32 runs a direct current of 320 kiloamps. Can you imagine that? Now, you know the right-hand rule for magnetic field. Can you imagine that with a 320 kiloamp current? He talks about the importance of matric electricity. Then there's an interview with Dina Naidu, who's the president of the Institute of Physics, Aswindini Muronga, Naomi Titus, who's an astronomer at SAO, and finally Prof. Kunene, who is the Dean of Science at the University of Zululand. And each one, of course, has a different story, but they're stories that pupils can relate to. Each interview is less than 5 minutes. And I really trust that these are inspiring to put a human face onto things, and also to encourage pupils to think beyond matric. We know that matric is very large when you're in matric, but there's so much more to life than just matric. At the end of the videos, I also talk a little bit about this. What do you need to pass matric? Now, I have had 2 teenage daughters. They're both in their 20s now. And one thing I know about teenagers, if you tell them 30% is enough, they will say thank you, and they won't try for anything more than that. And one of the things that concerns me is that you can get a pass for science by getting 30%. And I challenge the pupils not to aim for 30%, but to aim for at least double that. And I want to put this to all of you. Maybe a pupil goes through matric and says, I got 31% for science, that's enough. Can you imagine if you're in the dentist's office and your dentist says to you, don't worry, I passed dentistry for 32%. Would you be happy? Or would you be a little bit nervous? What about if you were taken in an airplane and the 2 pilots turned around to talk to you and said, don't worry, I got my pilot's license for 34%. And the other one said, you know, we're very good at flying, but we've never successfully landed yet. I don't think you'd be happy with that. And I mean, let me ask you a question. What percentage would you like a pilot to get for his exam? I'd like him to get 100%. I don't want there to be anything that the pilot doesn't know. And you see, but with pupils, we're telling them 30% is enough. Well, I'm not telling them that, but the government is. What about the guy who fixes your car? He says to you, I hope your brakes will be fine. After all, I've passed my mechanics exam with 33%. Would you be happy driving home? That means on average, 1 in 3 brakes that he fixed would be fine. The other 2 would not. And finally, imagine you're lying on the operating table. The anesthetist is in, and just before you pass out, you hear the surgeon saying, sure, hey, I hope I put everything back in the right place. It should be okay. You know, mostly I passed my surgery exam with 36%, but I'm not too sure about the internal organs. Now, of course, I'm being extreme here to make a point. But the point is, you wouldn't be happy if any of those people got anything less than 80%. And even 80%, imagine a surgeon who knows 80%. That means he kills 1 patient in 5. It's not enough. And I also want through these videos to send a message to children that we must never be happy with something like 30%. Not everybody will get an A aggregate, but everybody can pass. And we want to send that message through. So let me pause for a minute. Maybe that's quite a controversial message. What do you think? Thoughts?
Right. Thoughts, colleagues? The pilot must surely be able to land on planet Mars, I would imagine.
I hope so. Having recently flown a plane myself, I think there's never too much that you can know. Joseph, you have your hand up. Unmute yourself.
Just unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Derek, for such a wonderful presentation. Now, I just want to applaud your efforts in making sure that we become innovative when we deal with these youngsters. I really agree, like everybody does, that the youngsters now are distracted a lot by the social media, and they want to be watching. So they are more attuned to watching things on, I mean, their phones and other digital devices. So in order to catch their attention, really, we should go the way that Derek is telling us. So thank you, Derek, for that. And that is something to really develop and take it forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. You know, you realize that if we don't keep up, our physics will be left behind. And I get sad when people say physics is boring. What could be more exciting than physics? But often the way that we present it is boring, isn't it? Now I've got one section left, and if you're like me, it's Friday afternoon, you're ready to go to the beach, aren't you? I'm fortunate to live close to the beach, and soon it's time to go to the beach. So let me present one more section, and then we will finish with that. We should finish a little bit early. Now, maybe this is the most important, is to talk about implementation and to say, right, you know, this is all theory until we say what is actually going to happen. Now, something that makes me very confident is that I'm working hand in hand with the South African Institute of Physics. I want to tell you, I've worked with many institutes with varying levels of success, but physics has been fantastic. And if they say they're going to do something, they do it in short time. So I want to say we are in good time, in good hands here, and they have been great partners. So first of all, this is the process which has been ongoing, which I think is important for you to know. With lockdown last year, it wasn't possible to have a lot of collaboration, and particularly because I have 30 years experience at the Science Center and 25 years in these matric workshops, I pushed ahead on my own simply because I'm sitting at my desk at home at the moment. I'm not actually on the beach, and I could do this. So I took the content, the skills and the exams and memos and put them together into the booklet. The booklet is a Word document. The old one was 48 pages. The new one will be 72 pages. My booklet is almost finished. There are quite a few people listening today who've volunteered to help me review the booklet, but very few of you have actually come forward, and you really would help me to make it a better booklet, because as academics, we believe in peer review. I resent the email yesterday. Please respond to that soon. Then once the booklet is correct, that feeds into the PowerPoints. And once those are correct, then I make the videos. And I simply record the videos sitting at my own computer using Zoom. And the great thing about it is you get perfect quality and you get very small file sizes, which make them very useful for download and for sharing. So all the blue bits are what I've been doing. And also the experiments I do feed into the booklet, the PowerPoint, and the videos, and of course the demos and simulations. Now the SAIP has been very helpful. Again, I would please like a lot more help in editing the booklets. I would hate to print 25,000 copies of a page that has mistakes in it. And it's very hard to correct your own work. So please help me with that. Then SAIP will help with printing the booklets and copying the videos, the distribution. What we really want to do a lot better this year, I don't feel guilty about last year. We didn't have a chance. There wasn't time. But we want to give so much more support to teachers and monitoring and evaluation. The funders, quite understandably, want to know that this thing works. And we need to do the monitoring and evaluation to make that possible. And, you know, I want to make myself available. That's why I gave you my email address. Please contact me. So this was the original contents page for the booklet from last year with 4 skills: graphs, equations, ratio, and free body diagrams. This is the new contents page. You can see the page numbers go right up to 71 or 72. And the real difference is in the equation section. So all of these sections in red are new and have been added. Now, last year I had a general section on solving equations using the progress method I showed you, and that's still there and it's still important. But what I've realized is that your Newton's law equations are very different to your Doppler effect equations, which are very different to your photoelectric effect equations. So I've got a video and a section in the book on each one of these, looking at the equations which are specific to these and specific to these exam questions. So this is about 50% of new material, which I'm busy doing at the moment. If anyone's made videos, I can tell you making a 1 hour video takes considerably more than 1 hour. It probably takes about 20 hours. So it's a very time-consuming process, but I'm making progress. So previously there were 8 1-hour videos. So this is from last year. Now they're going to be 16 1-hour videos. So the red ones are brand new. Where you see them highlighted in yellow, I've split a couple of videos in half. So before the introduction had exams and graphs, I've now made it into 2 videos. I've split the 2 electricity sections and I've split the 2 sine wave sections. So there will be 16 1-hour videos. Now, of course, that's too much to watch in September before the exams. We're going to be encouraging teachers actually to use this over 2 years, starting in grade 11. The booklet, which was 48 pages, has become 72 pages. Obviously, that adds a 50% cost to the printing bill, which is well into the hundreds of thousands of rand already. And then the other thing is, of course, I've brought everything right up to date by adding the relevant 2020 exam questions at every stage in the booklet. Now, we had a vision. You can see this says 2020 vision. I actually drew this picture in 2018. And at that stage, we had this 2020 vision to put the big 5 together. Now, our physics workshops, we've been doing since 1994, and focusing on mechanics, electricity, and waves. And we've already successfully made those digitally, and we're on to phase 2. Chemistry workshops, we've also been doing live workshops since 94. One of my colleagues in Sikalelo Malinga at the Science Center is busy working on a chemistry series, very much like the physics one. They will also have exciting chemistry experiments, explosions, and things like that. Experiments done with Pasco sensors, lots of PHET simulations, and detailed answers to the last 3 years of exam paper. He's busy with that at the moment, and we're going as fast as we can. Another colleague, Dilution Tambaran, in conjunction with the Cape Town Science Center, has put together a fantastic booklet on life sciences. Again, not on the content, that's not needed, but focusing on the skills, and graphs is a very common skill in life science as well. That booklet is complete, the PowerPoints are complete. He's busy shooting the videos as we speak, and within a couple of weeks, those will become available as well. Now, the other 2, which I think are very important, are algebra and geometry, maths paper 1 and maths paper 2. And we're very keen to start with those. But again, if other universities, science centers take this on, I think we'll get a lot further. So that's the vision that we have. And I'm still completely committed to this vision that says digital resources do not have to require the internet. I think it's so unfair that people who are cut off by bad internet do not have digital resources. We have found every school, the most rural schools, there's somebody who has a laptop or a television set who can show our videos. The problem is the internet, but it doesn't have to be a problem. What we want to do this year, this is a very summarized teaching plan for physics. So if you look at the months in the year, grade 10, 11, and 12, this is roughly what is being taught in each term. Now you understand with COVID, it's been very messed up. This year started in February, not in January. But for example, teachers in matric should be busy with momentum and impulse at the moment. So what we will be doing is we will send all the resources to the teachers at one time, but then we will encourage them to say, when you finish teaching momentum and impulse, to confirm it, we encourage you to watch video 6.4 and to follow these pages in the booklet. And we will encourage them at the appropriate time to watch the appropriate video, because we think it'll be much more effective. I've tried to make all the videos less than 1 hour, so they don't need after school time. They can just fit into a school period. There's 16 videos, but if they're watched over 2 years, grade 11 and grade 12, it'll be less than 1 video per month. And I'm sure you all agree 1 hour per month for good resources is quite manageable. So once again, I want to say, facts fade, experiments expire, but skills stick. And I want to appeal to all of you, please, to help us in the South African Institute of Physics to make it work by becoming partners in this project. Thank you very much for your attention. Thanks for listening. And again, that's all I have to present. I finished a bit early, but I'm available to answer questions and to chat. So please use this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Derek, for such an interactive presentation. Now, colleagues, you know, this is a moment for you now to actually reflect on this presentation in terms of takeaways, in terms of inputs. You know, as you can see, this is work in progress, you know. So last year we were able to produce, you know, resources that were actually addressing the physics content. But as you can see, Derek and the team actually tried to move with greater speed because we are actually guided by the need. The pandemic has actually taught us tough lessons that we have to be able to navigate digitally. But on the other hand, we also have to take advantage of learner digital addiction. Learners like gadgets. And if we can actually make use of this, you know, digital addiction on the part of learners, we can actually go further, I would imagine. So colleagues, the platform is yours. Let's engage. You can just unmute yourself and make a comment or a contribution.
Sam.
Hi.
Makonde speaking.
Yes, yes, welcome.
I just want to find out from Derek. The same equations of motions that we have.
Yeah.
When is it the right time to say to students, I'm referring to university students now,
yes,
to say we are no longer providing you with equations of motions, you have to know them. I'm saying this because I'm teaching first year students. Every time they say, please provide us with equations of motions, every time provide us with equations of motions. I know at high school, they are provided with equations of motions.
So that's a good question. You know, I want to say in terms of what I'm doing, the program is called Essential Skills for Matric. So the focus is on matric, and my focus is on saying you will get a data sheet with the equations in, so don't learn them, rather make sure you know how to use them and know how to select them. I would agree that first year is a completely different issue. And in fact, I think you're much better skilled to answer that than I am, because I haven't interacted at first year level. I spend quite a lot of time on the data sheets, because what we've noticed is that pupils have the data sheets, but they don't know what the equations mean. Absolutely. And I find that very sad, because you've got this free resource. And that's why we have some exercises in video 6, focusing on making sure that they know what does V stand for, what is the unit, what is the quantity, and so on. So I think that's very important. But yeah, I'm afraid the first year question you're going to have to answer, because I'm not sure.
Sir?
Hi, Mulf.
Yeah, yes, can I answer Makonde?
Yes.
Makonde, at first year, what you need to do what you did when you do matric. You remember that we had the high grade and standard grade by then. So in my case, my first years, they derive the equations.
Yes.
So I don't give them the equations of motion. They need to know how to derive them so that they can use them. And it's part of making them to understand them. As Derek is saying, that if we give them the formula sheet, and then I think one of the department representatives said something about taking wrong formulas and trying to substitute only on that, and that's how they get the answers wrong. So I make them to derive the formulas. So you can do that. It works wonders.
Okay.
Yeah, because
you.
I would imagine, without understanding, the formula sheet becomes a very meaningless sheet to a very large extent,
Exactly.
And such that, I mean, sometimes when you really know your stuff, you can actually solve the problems without even consulting the, the formula sheet.
And yet in the matric exam, the formula sheet is critical. And in fact, in many ways, we spend more time on this with the chemistry, because you're given a periodic table, but if you don't know what electronegativity means, it's useless. You're given a redox table, but if you don't know how to use a redox table, it's useless. It's like being given a Hungarian dictionary. You can't read it, so you can't do anything with it. So the very first thing, we want to make sure that pupils can make the absolute best use of available resources.
Because more obviously, when you did your matric, there was very little information that was given as part of the formula sheet. And so far, I think learners are actually given, an overdose of information, and yet they're still failing to, take advantage of this opportunity.
No, but it's also because of our teaching way, we also make them just to substitute. I mean, during the workshops that we ran for SAIP for a number of years, Sam, the educators accused us when we wanted them to use the formulas and only say to them they must use the measurement and use the units. They tell us that the department is not giving this, the learners marks for that. And this is exactly what the results thereof are, where the students or the learners cannot get the understanding of the physics or the chemistry that they're doing. And the integration of mathematics, which is part of what Derek presented in terms of the graphs. If learners understand the graph, they can do their chemistry, they can do their biology, they can do their accounting. And this comes directly from the mathematics. So in whatever that we are doing as we teach the physics, if we cannot integrate the mathematics ourselves in our teaching, so we're not doing ourselves any good. So we need to teach the kind of physics that we need. And this takes me back to one of the questions that I wanted to ask earlier on, but because of network, I couldn't. Actually, it was a comment, not a question. It's in relation to the free body diagrams.
Yeah.
When it was explained in terms of reviewing the diagnostics report, it was said that learners don't use the diagrams efficiently. But the problem that we get is we don't make them to complete the free body diagrams. If they're going to use the trig ratios without having a right angle triangle, then we're not doing justice even to those learners. So it has to be a complete one. They can use the one that is sophisticated that most of us are using once they actually understand what they're doing. So the mathematics is key to our physics, or is key to our science. So if we do that justice to it, everything is going to work itself out. When I do the vectors with my students, I tell them that they must respect the vectors. If they don't respect the vectors will simply disrespect them. So that's how you need to look at the first years. Make them aware of, or rather put it this way, Makonde, if you make them aware that you know where they're coming from, and you know what they don't know or what they don't understand, it makes it easier for you to then corner them and make them to take whatever that you want them to do in class, and they'll do it.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so Sam, if I can come in there, I think this is so important. I know matric is important, and I know we have to pay attention to what gets marks and what doesn't, but please let's not leave it there. If we're producing a generation of children who can get marks in matric but have no idea what the relevance of the physics is, then we're wasting our time. And it's so important that they can actually see the bigger picture. And as was said, it's so true. It starts with the mathematics, because otherwise what we saw in 2 exams, the examiner took a common graph like the internal resistance and the photoelectric effect graph. They simply swapped the axis. They swapped dependent and independent, and the pupils were absolutely unable to answer it. Now that shouldn't be true. If we really understood the mathematical nature of the graph, swapping y and x shouldn't make any difference. But because pupils are learning by rote, it throws them completely. To be honest, I wish the examiner would put in more twists like that, because I think it forces teachers to teach real physics and not to teach the exam. And although exams are important, and I do give a lot of support in the videos, it's got to go way beyond that. We want people who'll be physicists for life. And that comes from a really deep knowledge and understanding.
Perfect. No, I think talking about units more, and I
Yes.
know this is actually one of the contentious issues that was raised by Pat at one stage. Maybe we can actually get clarity on this from a moderation point of view. Maybe Mr. Mgijima can actually tell us how they actually deal with units as part of the exam moderation process. Mr. Mgijima?
You mean units?
Yes.
No, what has happened now? Remember in the old higher grade before, then I have to do my.
I've got a problem. I've been trying to get your offices to come back to me.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Yourself. All right, Mr. Mgijima, you can go ahead, please.
So I'm protected now. Okay, fine.
Yes.
Yeah. And what I was saying is in the old higher grade papers, learners had to manipulate units. But later on, there was no manipulation of units. Learners had to substitute into the formula, and then only the final answer where they put in the unit at the end. So that is the stance now, currently. And I want to agree with you now, because the teaching of physics and the learning of physics has been reduced to a formula, plug in numbers, and then the answer. Not understanding the concept. It has been my problem, because it's happening with the teaching, and also that's how learners learn physics these days. And it's a cause for concern for higher learning, the way things are done currently. Okay.
Thank you so much, because these are some of the problems that I actually encountered, by lecturers at first year level, more especially when we try to, delve deeper into dimensional analysis. You actually, start to realize that learners are not aware that for an equation to be acceptable, it must be, dimensionally valid as well.
And that's what comes from rote learning, and it's so important. And I think it's also so important that the pupils do the experiments. Because when your graph is the result of an experiment, it makes so much more sense than just some abstract thing.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments with regard to the Essential Skills series?
Derek, can I come in again?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, with respect to the district officials, when maybe they've got meetings or they analyze the results, if they could also look at the symbols that they're using. Like Derek was saying, they don't explain much on why they use the X, even when it's on the vertical, which is not really a problem, except when it's explained. And you find that the school learners, when you work with them and try to explain these things to them, the confusion becomes very huge because of the notations that are used. So one will accept it that if A is defined as acceleration, and it's also defined as a gravitational acceleration, is understood. But if it's just set as an acceleration and it's used on both, even on their calculations, it makes it very difficult for learners to understand even the solutions that they're given. So that's one thing that needs to be taken care of, so that learners can also understand the material that they're sharing with them. What Derek was referring to, because they give 4 solutions for one problem. Derek and I can understand those, but the learners on their own, it becomes difficult because they use one letter many times for different accelerations, for an example. Okay, then. Take care.
Cheers.
Sam, there is one question in the chat. It says, how do we access the booklets and video? How can one help with editing or proofreading of the booklet? I think that's what Derek was touching on the editing and all this.
Yeah. So was that from Nkosi Nati Dlamini?
Yeah, that is from Nkosi Nati.
Okay, she has already emailed me, and so we are in touch. Perfect. I will speak directly. Yeah. But again, the Institute of Physics has made the videos available for download. I would actually suggest to people that you wait a month, because then you'll actually be able to get the new updated videos.
Yeah.
So last year's videos, I think, are still fine, But of course, the new ones will have 50% more content and be updated with the 2020 exams.
And
So I would say to people, rather just wait a bit.
Yeah, but then I think given the fact that the distribution will be done through the SAIP office, maybe we can give this opportunity to Brian, to give us info in terms of the distribution process. Brian, are you back with us?
That'll be great.
I think Brian is not yet back.
Oh, he's not yet back. But
Yeah,
I
it's
think
still at this meeting.
Yeah, okay, colleagues. The bottom line is that these resources are actually distributed through the SAIP office. So going forward, it is actually going to be imperative for you to actually interact with the SAIP office to get hold of these resources. And as we have indicated, we like to roll them out on a broader scale this year as compared to last year.
Okay, I don't know whether it's a mistake, but Ndanga's hand is up. It has
Yes,
been
yeah,
up
it's been
for
up for quite a while. Ndanga?
No, I wanted to say that Mr. Masari is having another clashing meetings.
Oh, I see. Or is in another meeting. So guys, remember these resources are for all schools in South Africa. So please, you can also share this information with, these other districts in various provinces, because this is essentially, part of our national expansion plan, because we are essentially in the process of rolling out the implementation of the teacher development project to all the 9 provinces.
We lost Sam.
Hi, Eric.
No, you were not hearing what you were.
Or am I back now?
No, Sam, we were hearing you all the time. Eric, I think it must be your connection. We were hearing Sam fine.
All right. So colleagues, any additional reflections?
If I could just have a final word, Sam, I'm looking, I can't say I'm looking at all of you because your cameras aren't on, but I see all your names. And I want to put a challenge to all of you as potential trainers, is to say, please ask yourself the question again, the training that you're planning to do for teachers, how will it be different from what they already have? And if you're just going to read off a PDF or a Word document, it won't be different at all. There are so many resources available. I want to encourage you at least to go to PhD and just to see, is there actually a resource which you can use? And I guarantee that there will actually be. So just challenge yourself and say, right, what I'm going to present, how can I make it more exciting, more relevant, more up to date? How can I make sure that what's on the screen moves and is interactive and will catch the attention of people? So set yourselves that challenge. And I want to tell you, it's not difficult. And if you want to email me, I'll be very happy to chat through it with you. But let's make sure that we are adding something which is not there at the moment, and that will inspire teachers to be just as exciting and innovative in their presentations. I want to thank you all for listening for so long, because it's been a long time. And I really want to say, please keep in touch with me, because, with lockdown, it was difficult to interact with others. And I'm proud of the product that's been put out, but I know that it could be better. And your input will help to make it better. So please do keep in touch. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you so much, colleagues. As Derek has just indicated, it has been a long day, but productive in many ways, So the program continues tomorrow. And, additional questions can always be put on the chat box so that, we can engage on some of these issues on an ongoing basis. So as I've indicated, it has been a long, productive day. That's all from me, and let's meet again tomorrow so that we can actually take the engagement forward. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Keep in touch.
Ciao.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Keep well.